Time being a little after 6:02. I call
Recording in
the
progress.
January 7th, 2026 meeting to order. At this time, I call for a moment of silence. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag, United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, note to residents. All citizens are welcome to attend the public meetings in person. To view the live meeting remotely, citizens are encouraged to watch the live stream on Franklin Town Hall TV YouTube channel or the live broadcast on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon 29. To listen to the meeting remotely, citizens may call in using this number, 1-929-205-6099. To participate in the meeting remotely, citizens may join the Zoom webinar using the information below. I'll give you that in a minute. Meetings are recorded and archived by Franklin TV on the Franklin Town Hall TV YouTube channel and shown repeatedly on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon 29. Zoom webinar ID number is 829-1107-4306. Any participants who wish to speak during the webinar must enter their full name and email address when joining the webinar. All participants will be automatically muted upon joining the webinar. In order to speak, participants will need to select the raise hand function to request to be unmuted. All speakers will be required to state their full name and street address before commenting. Okay, announcements from the chair. This meeting is being recorded by Franklin TV and shown on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon Channel 29. This meeting may be recorded by others. There's nobody, we have nobody remotely. We don't have any upcoming town-sponsored community events, do we, Jamie? We don't have any, nothing? Okay. Citizens' comments. Citizens are welcome to express their views for up to 3 minutes on a matter that is not on the agenda. In compliance with Chapter 30A, Section 20, the open meeting law, the council cannot engage in a dialogue or comment on a matter raised during citizens' comment. The council may ask the town administrator to review the matter. Nothing herein shall prevent the town administrator from correcting a misstatement of fact. That being said, do we have any citizens? Mark, just state your name and address. Not that we don't know, but.
Mark Minichelli, 31 Longfellow Drive. Good evening, councilors. Later tonight, I know you will debate the future of Franklin's friendly 40B policy. I know I'm not allowed to speak about the 40B policy topic now. Instead, I'd like to share with you some thoughts with you regarding a valuable new tool to measure housing affordability in Franklin. One of the things that I learned over my 40 years as an engineer and a technical leader is if you want to improve something, you first have to be able to accurately measure it in order to track progress and also to understand if your changes are having the expected impact. For example, if you're using a defective pressure gauge while adding air to the tires in your car, you may be underinflating your tires, causing excessive wear and overheating, or you may overinflate and blow the tire right off the rim. If you are serious about improving the affordability of housing in Franklin, and I hope that you all are, then you want to have an accurate way of measuring your progress. SHI, or Subsidized Housing Inventory, is commonly referred to as a measure of housing affordability in a community. Unfortunately, SHI is not an accurate measure of housing affordability in a community. The SHI calculation, which I believe originated in the 1960s, is a fairly meaningless measure of affordable housing progress. For example, let's say there's a new affordable housing project of 100 units, 25 of which are deemed affordable. Do you know how many of those 100 units contribute to the SHI calculation? All 100 units, even though 75 units are being offered at market rates. So how can we use SHI as a measure of housing affordability progress in Franklin? I say we can't. I suggest that if we are serious about improving housing affordability in Franklin, we need to develop our own metric, which I call the ASHI, or the Actual Subsidized Housing Index. I propose that we take a more serious count of affordable versus market rate units in Franklin, only counting the 25 units from my example, and having them roll up into a more meaningful ASHI calculation. With a metric such as ASHI, this council will be able to accurately know how many affordable units are available in Franklin as a percentage of all units, and most importantly, we'll be able to determine to what degree we are making progress or falling behind. This is impossible to do and outright misleading if we continue to use the SHI metric as we do today. I urge you to consider adopting a new metric, such as ASHI, in order to seriously and accurately measure our affordable housing progress in Franklin today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Is there anybody else? Just state your name and address, please.
Andrew Macher, 98 Brook Street. Good evening, councilors. I'm a member of the Franklin Fathers Group. Bear with me, as I know you cannot respond to my dad joke, but I'm going to say it anyway. How do you get a squirrel to like you? Act like a nut. Okay. Our group has been busy. The last week we had 2 events. The first event was 12 fathers volunteered at the Franklin Food Pantry, and we unloaded 5,000 pounds of food off the truck and helped organize it in the warehouse. I wanted to thank Vicki, Ann, and the Food Pantry for allowing us to volunteer and get a tour from them. The second event that we held was at Downtown Sports over school break, and it was a Dad and Donuts event. We had 15 dads and 25 kids playing basketball, dodgeball, and soccer, and we wanted to thank Downtown Sports for hosting us. And coming up this week, tomorrow night, on January 8th, we will have a member meetup at 7:30 p.m. next door at the Tavern on Central. We are trying to support local businesses when we do our meetups monthly. And finally, next week, Franklin Fathers and Daughters and our daughters will be going to the Franklin Library hairstyling event on Friday, January 16th at 3:30 p.m. It's BYOB, which is Bring Your Own Brushes, and that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman. Chris Reggie, Public Works Director. I'm just trying to get we've been busy the last couple of days and weeks. I'm trying to get the word out. The folks are not really following the parking ban in the downtown area. And if some of you here for a while, we changed that a long time ago to be more easier because before the old ban was you just couldn't park like from November, December, anytime downtown all the time. So we decided to go, we're just gonna have a 4-hour ban only during snow events. So folks are not moving their cars. I mean, it's like, you saw some of the pictures I sent out. It really challenges us, and it's costing everybody more money because we have to go back, we have to clean it up, we have to do it all over again because they're not moving their cars in the morning. The police have been supportive. They've gone out and tagged a lot of cars. But a lot of times they're not available to do it because they're dealing with emergency, they're writing tickets in the middle of the night. So I'm just really trying to get the word out. Please, park, if you know it's gonna snow or sleet, we're gonna be out there, just get the cars off the road. There's plenty of places in Franklin. If someone wants to park around DPW, we don't care, put them down our lots. We got municipal lots everywhere. So I really hope that folks can do that because you're saving everybody time and money, and it's costing more money the way things are, but not enforcing it. So that's where we're at.
Brutus, how's the budget going?
Funny you should ask. We've been out 12 times. I wrote some notes down. We had 12 events. We basically used 40% of our budget so far. And we've had less than 8 inches of snow. Okay, it's all been the freezing salt, what you just saw, that we're putting down. We've used 2,500 tons of salt, and I usually budget for around depending on the price we get, but usually budget for around 6,000. So, and I usually say the middle of winter is like the first week of February, because we technically know we get most of our snow the end of January if we get it through February and starts to move. So, yeah, 40% of the budget's gone now, so it's not, we have a reserve fund. But, yeah, it's been really tough.
It's been a stupid one.
It's-
It really has been. It's,
Like you saw, I mean, like today or last night, we want to say, we had scheduled guys to come in at 5 o'clock this morning, but the police called us at 2. Okay, so we treated the whole town. Then around 5 o'clock, we got all that rain, then it froze, okay, because it washed all salt. So we had to go back and do it again. Then what happened today? It rained again. Well, you know the plumbers, so we went out and treated the town again tonight. So we actually treated the town 3 times in 24 hours. You know, sometimes with a full town, sometimes the 5-truck route, but it's just expensive, and it's been, the guy's been doing great. I mean, obviously, they're putting a lot of hours in, but, so, thanks for asking.
no.
And then we have water breaks. So we've been busy.
I get you. I mean, I'm in the same boat. I mean,
Yeah.
we had to start everything up this morning, this afternoon for two ice flakes, but we had to call everybody in. I know. It's
And I think you all know, everybody knows, it's been a cold
Cold.
December, cold December.
January cold.
Yeah, it's cold. All right, thank you.
Anybody else? Steve?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Steve Sherlock, 13 Magnolia Drive, Franklin Matters and Franklin Public Radio, Community Information Director. Happy New Year to you all. A friendly reminder to use the microphones in front of you when you are speaking. Some of you are doing rather well, some of you less well, but it's a new year, new start, new reminder, and I thank you in advance for your compliance about something so simple. It's right in front of you. For some others who may be asking, why is this guy doing what he's doing what he does? I augment what the TV studio does on a regular basis. Certainly, the meeting is broadcast. There was a Board of Health meeting earlier. I recorded that, assuming the gremlins stay away. The audio for the Board of Health meeting will be out. So in addition to the town meetings, which will go out on YouTube and are available on YouTube archives, those links are all available. I also take significant portions of some meetings or entire meetings and put them out as podcasts. Again, increasing the awareness, the availability of information that you and other boards are doing for us, citizens and residents, so that the information is shared as much as possible. Quick reminder, I also implemented a Franklin Matters Weekly. So within less than 5 minutes on Sunday, you get an audio outlook as to what's coming and a look back as to what happened the prior week. So even if you don't go to the daily, you can go to the weekly and get a quick snapshot and then figure out, oh, I need to pay attention to this one and I need to pay attention to that one. The daily email will give you everything. As I say in the audio as well, the daily email starts with the calendar, meetings, cultural events, ends with the TV schedule, ends with the reporting schedule, and all the other goodness is in between. And why do we do this? I do this because Franklin matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Anybody else? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there.
It's okay.
Name and address.
Kim Mu Chow, 4 Barwood Road, and I come to you today from the Council of Aging and your chair of the Board of Health. And I just wanted to bring a problem that occurred at the senior center recently. However, I'm not focusing that there was a problem, but more how everybody worked together to save as much as possible. So as many of you may have known, there was a recent power outage that affected the senior center, and I believe the schools as well. And unfortunately, the vaccine refrigerator in the public health office is not on the emergency power, nor is the refrigerators and freezers at the Franklin Senior Center. The good news is that I can tell you as a former director of pharmacy from the Board of Health standpoint, there were no vaccines in there. We are following code, so don't think that we're not following anything. But we are following things. The major problem that they really had was would they have to throw away all the food in the freezer and the refrigerator at the senior center. And it was tough because it was a day in which people were closing early. We didn't know, thought it was going to be power was going to be coming back. They worked with Kevin in terms of trying to figure things out. And we made the decision to move the food. And luckily, I have a lot of friends. So we were very successful in that the cafe staff loaded up cars and trucks, and we took it to the Franklin Food Pantry, Bread and Loaves and Fishes Food Pantry in Bellingham, and the Bellingham Senior Center. And we did refrigerated stuff there, we did frozen stuff there. So we were able to save a fair amount of food, which was actually really good because they got the power back and then the generator failed. So that anything that was left at the senior center did have to get tossed, but we were able to save a fair amount of food. So just to be aware that you can never predict
No.
when things are going to fail, and being a former director of pharmacy, it happens all the time. I had Joint Commission coming into the hospital, and my refrigerator failed. So I had to move things along those lines. But you can never predict that, but the fact that we had Lester and Jim and Bob volunteer up their cars in order to move things, that we had the Fishes and Loaves Food Pantry actually opened up to give us refrigerated space and meet us there in order to put things there, and that the Bellingham Senior Center was able to be there so that we could put frozen things in, and the Franklin Food Pantry was able to do that for us as well. It was a true community effort, and that everyone was in communication, whether it was the Board of Health, and Sarah was talking with them, she was talking with facilities, that everything went as best as it could. And I'm just, really want to give a thank you to the volunteers who helped. The line cooks came in to work on Saturday, and that the food pantries and the senior center that actually helped us out in our time of need. But
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience? How about anybody in Zoom land? Did you see anybody? Okay, moving on. Okay, I'm going to entertain a motion to approval minutes for December 3rd, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
Additions, deletions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Proclamations, recognitions, appointments. Municipality Affordable Housing Trust. Clerk will read the appointment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my pleasure to read the following appointment to the Municipal Affordable Housing Trust. Mr. Mark Minichelli of 31 Longfellow Drive in Franklin, the town administrator has appointed Mr. Mark Minichelli to serve as a member of the Municipal Affordable Housing Trust with a term to expire on June 30th, 2026. The motion is to ratify this appointment by the town administrator of Mr. Mark Minichelli to serve as a member of the Municipal Affordable Housing Trust with a term to expire June 30th, 2026.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is Mark here? Oh, there he is. I had to get you, Mark. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can I ask a question
Sure.
or comment? And I don't know if Mark can answer or just do this differently, but Mark, if I'm right, you're very active in the Ben for Franklin organization?
Yes.
Are you still active in that? Sorry,
Yes, I am.
thanks. I read in your newsletter from yesterday an assessment for Ben from Franklin on the 40B discussion that we're going to have tonight.
Yes.
Were you familiar with it?
I read it tonight as well.
Okay. Did you write it?
No, I did not.
Okay. Can I highlight a section or two from this? I'd just like to get your comments on it.
Sure.
Thanks. For anybody else who hasn't read it, This topic is classified as an affordable housing ban in the note from Benford Franklin. And it's just a couple of short paragraphs. I'll just read one part. Ben strongly opposes this short-sighted and discriminatory policy which would limit the town's ability to even discuss potentially beneficial affordable housing projects. It's the latest example of treating renters as less desirable residents and would dramatically limit housing options for seniors, people with disabilities, minority or immigrant populations, young families, and other neighbors who do not have the wealth or stability to commit to home ownership. Wondered if you had any comments.
I don't have any comments.
Do you agree with the statement?
I do.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions for Mark?
Actually, I do.
Okay.
Not really. We've met, we've
Yes.
talked.
Yes.
And with you bringing that up, the problem that I have is I do understand your standpoint with Benford Franklin and the affordability, 100%. The problem that I have is what we actually need as affordable housing doesn't fall under 40B. 40B housing is not the affordable housing that this town needs, because the people that need that affordable housing can't afford those 40B apartments. If you're agreeing with a statement that we are being, discriminatory, that's a problem. I'm not against a building. I'm not against building apartments. I'm not against any of that. What I'm against is what's being built, how it's being built, and who is truly benefiting from what is being built. I know personally that if I had to leave my house, I physically, on my income, could not live in one of those affordable units.
Right, I understand.
Couldn't do it. Hold on, please. So what we're against is the state telling us that we need to have all these 40B apartment complexes that actually take away from the beauty of this town. And what we want is to see affordability that allows young people a chance for home ownership, elderly people to downsize if they choose to in a comfortable manner, and an affordability they can afford, people with disabilities that are on a fixed income that could actually have a place to live and still be able to put food on their table. 40B projects don't do that. The only ones benefiting from those 40B projects are the contractors that are building them, not the people in this town. Now, if you want to sit on this and you want to work on the ones that really need the affordability, the low income, the disabled, senior citizen, I am all for that and I will support you. But if we're gonna, if it's gonna be, we're discriminating against people because we're choosing the direction we want our town to go and we're choosing to try to help residents versus contractors, then I can't. And I basically just wanted to explain that, and I hope you can respect that, but I would like to hear what you have to say.
I would love to respond. So, first of all, I think when you look at affordability, it's not an either or sort of discussion. It's not you either do 40Bs or you do more affordable housing. I'm an advocate that you do both. Even though I understand your concern that a 40B project discounts the market rate by 20%. So the affordable units in a 40B project are offered at 80% of market rate. So those apartments, although you said, you know, those aren't truly affordable, and I agree with that to some degree, that a lot of people still can't afford that rate. But I'm not I'm not agreeable to throwing the baby out with the bathwater and saying, if the state is going to mandate that we hit a certain percentage of affordability in the town of Franklin, and 40B projects are going to produce 25% of their units to be discounted 20% off of market rates, I think that's a plus. Now, in addition to that, should we do other things, like what the trust is involved with, or what other groups in town are involved with doing? Yes, we should. I think we should do both, frankly. And the discriminatory comments that were in that article really have to do with the concept that if you are going to outright ban new 40B projects that are rental units, then to some degree, that ban discriminates against people who want to rent, who can afford to rent, that may not be able to afford to buy. So I think the concept behind that article is one of concern that if the council tonight votes to completely ban rental units, you're taking an option off the table that might be considered in the future. And there may be a project proposal that is ideal for a rental location. And now you've created a bylaw, if you will, that says that you can't even consider it. So the discriminatory comment was discriminating against potential renters who might want to live in Franklin.
Okay, and I'll finish up. And I respect what you just said. And I agree, we do need affordability. I think we have enough 40Bs. And that's why with all of this going forward, because if we look at the 40B apartments that we have right now, they're not even at full capacity. So if we truly needed more of them and people could afford them and they wanted to be in there for those astronomical prices, they would be full. So I think that with the trust, if we can prevent the 40Bs, apartment complexes that are hideous, and focus on things the trust can help to bring in what is truly affordable for those that really need it, then I'm 100% all behind that.
And I think there are different levels of affordability. And again, I don't think it's an either or. I would like to see us, quote, flood the market with a lot of affordable units so that people can, people will fit into different affordable categories, I believe, over time.
I agree with that too. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Are you all set? Ken?
Sorry,
And
just
then I'll come to you, Matt.
one point of clarification, just to make sure that I'm understanding. What, thanks for calling this out. I actually had not read the Ben newsletter until just this moment. But my understanding from what I'm reading, I just make sure I'm clarifying, I'm interpreting it correctly, isn't that, is essentially that what this suggests is that you don't want, all you're asking is, let's not ban all 40B.
Rentals.
If something comes up, we can still vote it down. You just want, all you're saying is, let's keep that,
Option.
Yeah, let's keep the option. Let's keep the power to say no here, instead of banning all friendly 40B, especially because, as I think about it, and this is where I struggle a little bit, 40B can still happen, it just doesn't necessarily have to be friendly. So what we'd rather have is the ability to have a friendly come up that we can shoot down or we can manipulate. Isn't that the case?
Yes, and I have additional comments that I was reserving for the 40B discussion later in the meeting. So I'll just say, yes, I agree with what you are saying. I interpret that article the same way. The request is, do not shut down the option of future consideration of rental units.
And I only say that because I certainly hear the point, and that we have a lot of 40B, and that's, we're not looking for more apartment building, and I think there's different ways to manage that.
Yes.
But all you're saying is, let's keep that option
On
in
the
case,
on the
in
table.
case we ever needed it. Okay. I just want to make sure I was understanding that.
Yes.
Real fast.
Wow, I never thought I would stimulate
Yeah,
this much
you-
discussion.
Yeah, go ahead, Steve, real quick, and then Caroline, and then Max.
Okay, very fast.
Do I still want to do this?
My only point in bringing it up was to just see if you wrote it and see if you had any comments.
I did not write it.
You mentioned that, and I get it. My concern with the way this is written, considering the sensitivity of the issue and the discussion that we'll have later, I think it grossly misrepresents the reason why the 40B topic is being reintroduced. There's a clear representation. I think many of us on this council are here because residents don't want any more large-scale buildings, apartment buildings, or other projects. So I think this could be more carefully written. I know you didn't write it, but it conveys a position or a bias that I don't think is particularly helpful. So I was just hoping to elicit some comment from you along that line, and that's fine.
No, that's fair. We're going to have different viewpoints here in the town of Franklin, so.
Thank you.
Caroline?
Mr. Minichelli, I just wanted to say that you have been incredibly active in not only the affordable housing conversation in Franklin, but in many, many conversations on different topics. And you have put in an amazing amount of work to promoting and encouraging and developing this company, this town, and to supporting the people who live here and the people who want to live here. And even listening to you now, I've been listening to you for quite a while in the comments that you've made, and I've always been just very impressed by the breadth of knowledge that you have and the depth of the ideas that you are able to come up with, and I think you're going to be a really great asset to the Municipal Affordable Housing Trust.
Thank you, Councilor
If we get there,
Griffin.
so I just wanted to say
Thank you.
thank you for throwing your name in the hat.
Thank you.
I just had a quick question. I just want to sort of get a sense as to what sort of direction you want to see the trust going forward, what issues you want to tackle, and what you bring to the table.
Well, Councilor Morangello, honestly, I'm not that in tune yet with what the trust does and the future plans for it. What my understanding is that the trust basically controls some funding that can be used in a variety of different ways to help truly affordable projects be built here in Franklin. So I'm basically a clean slate, and I don't have any predetermined notions about directions that we should go. Tomorrow afternoon, I will attend my first meeting. Regardless of or not whether I am sworn in, I will attend as a public citizen either way, and start on my learning curve.
I have a comment.
Thank you.
Gene?
Mr. Minichelli, just one comment about the jobs that you brought this up when you answered Max's question. And I was going to ask you a similar question. I recently had a resident who lives in one of the affordable buildings, Metcalf building. I don't know what it's called, but
I
he
know which one you're
contacted
talking
me
about.
because he had no hot water in the building, and he said several residents had. I don't want you to deal with that, but because I've already dealt with it. And I actually learned about this whole process, and I actually talked to Jeff Roy, and he got some of his staff, and they worked on it. And I learned about what the council did at that point, or what the trust did. What I'm asking, or maybe just saying or hoping that you can do, is that if you do get it approved here, if you can look into these various housing units and what the issues are for the residents, and see if you can, make a difference, because he also told me things about problems with windows and it's, and issues with the cold and so forth. So I think the fact that he's reaching out to me means that his issues weren't being addressed by the current management. And so, you know, I'd like
I don't
to-
want to overcommit to that. I'm not sure if that truly fits the purview of the trust. If it does, I will absolutely push that through. I just don't understand whether that fits the purview of the trust today. Jamie?
Jamie?
comment?
I think you're speaking about the housing authority units, right?
Yes,
Yes.
Metcalf.
Yeah,
with
so
that.
the housing authority is a completely statutorily state property that's completely separate. I mean, the trust can certainly take comments, but there's no formal role. The trust's responsibilities are actually quite narrow. They're very, very narrow. One of the things I have asked the new Director of Planning and Community Development to do is to actually work a little bit on this SHI issue. Not that Mark's just bringing up, but I think the community needs to be a lot more educated on this issue about the percentage. What goes up, what goes down? Where are we at with 40B units? Where are we not at with 40B units? And whether or not the trust can have any role. I will say the one project the trust did sponsor was Franklin Ridge. So to Councilor Callaway Tripp's comments earlier, that is a housing development that actually fully is in line with what she was prioritizing a little while ago. I would also note, even though the trust had no role in this, the project at St. John's Church also fit a lot of the income requirements that Councilor Callaway Tripp was mentioning earlier.
They're all.
Those ones were.
All.
They're very limited projects. It's very limited to be able to do. It's very difficult. I don't think I need to speak, but the church doing this, I think, speaks to their mission and speaks to their, moral compass about how they're basically donating land to a developer to build low-income housing, moderate to low-income housing. But the trust has no role in housing authority matters. When there's a property issue, heat, water, trash pickup, snow removal, all of those matters need to be, and I'm just trying to be efficient, I'm not trying to be
Yeah, no,
insensitive.
no, I understand.
They need to be directed 100% fully to the management there, and you did the right thing, Councilor Grella.
Right, Colin.
Representative Roy and Senator Roush can be much more effective with those issues because there's a lot of state money tied to the housing authority. So,
Right.
but to your point about the overall housing stock and like where we're at, the trust has been very active earlier, 10 years ago, Councilor Lorca would know,
Yeah.
when the prices of some foreclosed properties in town were at like 200,000.
We bought.
Remember those days?
Yeah.
The trust would buy them up, we'd rehabilitate them in-house, and we do have a handful of those units that the town did work through with the trust. The last thing I'll say about the trust is, a lot of mitigation money from the early 2000s from developments in town, a lot of mitigation money went to the trust. That stopped maybe 7, 8 years ago, and there's now not really a lot of money the trust has. But they are active in a lot of other smaller projects in town, but, I think the committee, if you've been to those meetings, the reason why I like your comment is because they have been looking, I think, to do more projects and work along what you're speaking of. And so I don't want to be in a silo where we're saying, oh, we're not going to go over there and look. From the operation standpoint, the trust really shouldn't be there. But Mr. Minnelli and the staff and the committee can look at what you're talking about from a more global standpoint.
Yeah,
Because
that's what
those
I was-
units do have a role
And that's what my expectation
in our
was,
affordable housing numbers in town. They do, absolutely. So I think including those units in what Mark is calling like the ASHI, whatever, actual.
ASHI.
Well, that's something I think the trust can absolutely do, and I hope that they do take what you just said and take that and do some of that work with that for sure.
Yeah, my comment was more about the overall quality of the
Yeah.
housing and at a, aggregate level and not necessarily, solve the problems for these individual places. I just use that as an example. But
Yeah.
that's how I got educated, actually, and Jeff Roy educated me on the whole process.
Well, I would be personally committed
Yeah.
to make sure that any affordable units in Franklin are up to standard in general, across the board.
And really quickly, maybe what we can do, I'm putting it right on the record, is maybe we can invite the Housing Authority, the new director, to an Affordable Housing Trust meeting, and they can at least have that discussion.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask that for an agenda item.
Why don't we just, yeah.
I think we should.
Chairman DeLorco, I have a statement I'd like to read, if that's okay, since I've been.
Yeah, I guess. Go ahead.
I'm getting a lot of questions, and I think, some of you know me very well from some of the previous meetings, and some do not. So I was raised in Franklin. I grew up in a duplex on Park Road in Franklin, where my 96-year-old mother lives today. And she's probably watching. Hi, Mom. My parents bought that duplex in 1957 on Park Road in Franklin. Both were public servants, my dad teaching in Framingham and my mom a secretary in the Franklin Public Schools. The duplex they purchased was their affordable housing. For those of you unfamiliar with Park Road, it's a small road tucked behind Dean College. It's mainly single-family homes with a few multifamily homes sprinkled in, as is the case with several of the streets in that area of town. I graduated FHS, Franklin High School, in 1976, went on to earn engineering degrees from MIT and RPI, spent 40 years working in technical leadership roles in Fortune 50 companies such as GE, Honeywell, and BASF. My wife and I returned to Franklin 10 years ago, mainly to help with our aging parents living here in Franklin. We were very fortunate to be able to afford a nice home in Franklin 10 years ago. Since then, housing affordability in Franklin has gotten much worse, as you all know. Several years ago, I helped start a Franklin-based grassroots affordable housing team called BEN for Franklin. That BEN stands for Building Equitable Neighborhoods for Franklin. Our goals include advocating for abundant, affordable housing in Franklin, diverse housing options in Franklin, and an economically vibrant and walkable downtown. Several of you know about this by my frequent visits to this microphone during town council and other town meetings. I promise you that's going to continue. Helping Franklin become a more affordable place to live is a worthy and important goal to me, which benefits people of all ages and all backgrounds. I look forward to helping the Municipal Affordable Housing Trust Committee achieve their objectives. Thank you.
Are you going to speak now?
Sure.
Do you want, go ahead.
Oh, I finally get to go?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mark. I want to echo Councilor Griffith's comments that I think you would be excellent to this committee. We don't have to always agree. However, somebody with your background, somebody with your passion, somebody with your commitment to this issue, I can't think of a more perfect place for you to sit and offer that guidance. I remember you came up to me once after a meeting because I made a comment about, likability and popularity and, feeling pressured to, sort of fit into a norm. And you came up to me and you said, I don't want you as my counselor to feel those pressures. I want you to speak your mind. I want you to vote with your heart. I want you to come knowledgeable. And I will expect 100% the same from you in this role.
Deal.
And I thank you for stepping up and thank you for your passion and commitment to this really important topic.
Thank you, Councilor
thanks, Mark.
Cormier-Ledger. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mark, I kind of have to agree with Ted. We don't always agree. I've always said, the affordable housing it's not affordable. It's middle class at best. That's my favorite statement at all. $2,400, $2,600 a month is just not affordable for kids today. It's just not. I do know where Park Road is. My family grew up on Hillside, but on the lower end of Hillside, not the nice side. So, but I understand. I would love to see, and Councilor Cormier-Ledger and myself have always advocated for deeded low-income housing where that's, and I hope that you will try to look into that, because as a young kid, my friends did it back in the city. They got to, build a house on an empty piece of property or a house that they got, and they could only make 5% or 10%. I forget what it is.
Yeah.
When they go to sell it,
Right.
like 5 years later.
So
So it gives other people a chance to buy a house
Yeah.
and be able to live there, save money,
Yeah.
put food on the table, like you said. Those are the type that we need, and I do believe that you will that you will try to find
Absolutely
that and
will.
everything like
Yeah.
that. Outside of that, I think we have a motion and a second on
With that, are we going to vote?
and we're gonna vote. So all in favor of Mark Minichelli say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
So it looks
There
like
you go,
9-0,
Ken.
sir.
You won the presidency.
That's a tough one, Mark. That's the toughest one I've had in 15 years.
The longest deliberation for a volunteer. Yes.
Okay. All right, moving on. We have no public hearings, no license transactions. We do have a presentation and discussion on town and school facilities presentation. Kevin Hahn, Facility Director, please come forward.
How's it going, everyone? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Well, to get started, I'd like to thank Jamie and the council for setting up the opportunity here. For those who don't know me, I am Kevin Harn, the Director of Public Facilities. Very grateful to be a part of this team in the Facilities Department. I'm very proud to share who we are, what we do, and how we get things done. So this is our mission statement. It's been the same for many years, but in simple terms, facilities exists to ensure that every town and school building is safe, functional, compliant, and sustainable, not just today, but well into the future. The mission of facilities is centered around three core responsibilities: keeping buildings operational, preserving the town's physical assets, and planning and managing capital improvements. Facilities itself, it is a team effort. It includes the custodial staff, the trade staff, administration, and extensive coordination with other departments, vendors, contractors, engineers. Facilities does not operate in isolation. We are deeply integrated in every municipal and school function. I also, like when I say engineering firms more and you, our work order system allows for individuals, teachers, anyone. If they see something out there, they can enter a work order. It goes into our queue to be addressed. It's so important because, through our administration team, the custodial and trades, there's 1.2 million square feet. In order to take care of it, we need eyes, and that's everyone's eyes. So the work order system helps. This is our organization chart. It's the administrative leadership team. This group provides continuity, oversight, and coordination across custodial operations, trades, capital planning, and compliance. There's a note on the bottom there about bi-weekly leadership meetings. Myself, Steve, Richard, we meet with Jamie, we meet with the schools, Tina, Colin, work in constant contact day to day, but the bi-weekly meetings present an opportunity for us to really focus on specific items, whether or not if they need a little bit more attention or for us to plan for how to approach a specific item. I like this slide a little bit better than the one prior. In my opinion, facilities, typically the work falls into three buckets: maintenance, engineering, or operations or administrative. Some individuals throughout the team may heavily focus their time in one or two buckets, less than another, but make no mistake that the entire administrative team works and supports all of these buckets. I also want to point out that sometimes one of these buckets can be highly visible day to day, but I assure you that all three are required for buildings to function long term. I went over the administrative team, the custodial staff. We have an incredible custodian team, and they do an excellent job. During COVID, our custodians were, unsung heroes as much as the trades team. But it was an individual to get in there, eyes and ears, walk the buildings, our assets, and keep an eye on things. It's more than cleaning. They're the first responders for building-related issues. They support daily operations. They assist the trade staff, contractors, help with pest management, safety documentation, maintain facilities to APPA standards, union employees, and essential to both school and municipal buildings. Our trade staff. We have an incredible trades team. Also, they do a phenomenal job. They consist of a licensed plumber, electrician, carpenter. These professionals support the entire town and school system. They rely heavily on the CMMS system, the computerized maintenance management system, to prioritize the work. This team handles both reactive and preventative maintenance. The numbers that are up here, they show the work orders created and closed over recent fiscal years. They reflect the volume and consistency of the demand placed on the team. On average, we see anywhere between 180 to 400 work orders completed per month, on average completing about 20 days. This slide certainly hits home. Facilities has had some recent staffing changes within the department. Replacing licenses is certainly a challenge, but replacing decades of institutional knowledge is certainly another. Our plumber, Mike Carter, retired after working for Franklin for over 29 years. Our electrician retired after being with Franklin for almost 10. Longtime carpenter, John Rondo, Franklin resident, has voiced,
He's close. He's close.
The numbers that you see also, they're not a complaint, but they're evidence to just how hard this team is working to meet the demand of both the school and the town. This slide, it's the 1.2 million square feet. It's going to list out the major town and school buildings maintained by our team. The variety here is important. From historic structures, modern schools, public safety facilities, utility buildings, each building has different system requirements and risk profiles. At this point, I also think it's important to share that facilities management, it is a professional discipline. It's not just a trade shop. Managing this portfolio requires multiple tools, systems, service contracts. We currently manage multiple building management systems, multiple access control systems, multiple camera platforms, multiple fire alarm systems. Each additional system increases the training requirements, potential failure points, and this kind of is on both sides of the fence, but possibly costs. I don't know if anyone was grabbing some numbers from the previous slide, but you'll see Milford Regional Hospital at a little over 200,000 square feet and Plain Ridge Park Casino at 181. Franklin High School is just under 300,000 square feet, and the Franklin Middle School is just under 200. That campus alone exceeds both Milford Regional and Plain Ridge Park Casino. This slide captures the reality that facilities touches nearly every system you can think of. Much of this work is also invisible until something fails. Some of the regulatory and national standards we maintain compliance are OSHA, NFPA, ASHRAE, DCAM, DLS, DOER, and more. This means that our work is not just operational, it's compliance-driven and risk managed. Professional frameworks and organizations like the MFAA, the AFE, IFMA, and others are where facilities management professionals utilize common principles and fundamentals within the industry as time and technology changes. This slide is going to show some, it's a timeline of some recent projects over the last several years. The projects range from infrastructure upgrades, safety improvements, energy efficiency, preservation efforts. Many of these projects reduce long-term risk rather than providing immediate visible benefit. Later on, you'll see some slides with some pictures of, I couldn't fit them all, but I'm going to go over some pictures of a lot of these projects and we'll get there. These are other notable mentions of just other stuff that didn't make the timeline, but they are initiatives and accomplishments that support energy efficiency, safety, compliance. They include energy programs, system upgrades, safety improvements, process improvements such as document management. The team gets to get involved in a lot of stuff, and we get a lot of stuff done. Here's one of them here, the red brick schoolhouse. This is a left and right figure of before and after. We're home to one-room brick schoolhouse, originally construction in the late 1700s. The renovation consisted of a lot of, mainly the lead paint removal, but repaired doors, windows, and it looks beautiful. This slide you're going to see, here's a Nissan Leaf that was purchased in 2023. It shows the expansion of the EV fleet. Another picture that'll show some of the EV chargers that in the process of when they were being installed over at the high school. In total, Franklin is equipped with 24 EV charging stations. The data that we've gotten from the software that we have, over 250 different drivers have used Franklin's EVs in 2024. Some of the stats up here are pretty neat. Over 8,000 charging sessions in 2024. It equates to over 150,000 kilowatt hours. That's over 12,000 gallons of gasoline. 15,000 square foot household uses about 750 to 1,500 kilowatt hours per month. As of a few months ago, the town is now charging for the usage of the spaces to generate some revenue. So, it's good. This slide is from a huge win, project over at the Old Horseman Oak School. Previously,
Is that the back?
Yeah, that
would be the back, right?
Correct. Up until this project, oftentimes the courtyards would flood. During extremely heavy rains, it would sometimes even come into the school, make its way down towards the auditorium. This project was a huge win, and it has not flooded since. But it consisted of redirecting the roof drains. We redirected almost 20,000 square feet of roof to be drained elsewhere, not going into the courtyards. And it's paid off.
In the fields, do they still get wet, or did that kind of?
I don't think that the fields get any more or less wet than they would
They
during
usually
some
do?
heavy rains, yeah.
Okay.
The biggest one here, in my opinion, is just the fact that the courtyards aren't gonna flood and the rain stays outside and not.
No,
in the
I
building.
get it, because I used to love running the kids, and when it used to rain there, when I was coaching, they used to get so mad at me.
One of the other massive projects was the the demo of the last modular that stood at the old JFK. These modulars were put up during the late 90s, early 2000s to support the student population. Now, the picture into the right of the slide is what's currently there. It's a nice grassy hill, fenced-in area that supports the current use with ECDC having expanded into the school. The senior center pavilion.
Oh, yeah.
That was a huge, Steve O'Neill, huge effort into making this a successful project. Pouring the foundation, the patio, building the structure, running the power, lights, overhead fans. The senior center loves it. Looking forward to you getting more use out of it as well. It was a great project to be a part of, and I'm just, glad to hear that it's well received over at the senior center. The municipal building renovations. Approximately $1.4 million borrowed in free cash. Municipal building renovations were a 20-year scheduled rehab, new UV protected windows for heat, AC control efficiency, a new generator to support the town's internet, which also includes police and fire, was purchased and installed out back, new boilers, mechanical, snow melt system, carpets. You'll see some pictures in future slides ripped out, council chamber chairs. I'll show some other slides as well that you'll see underneath yourself and I. Used to be a lot more wires, a little bit of a rat's nest. It was redirected, a lot better cleaned up. Panic buttons. I'll pull up a few pictures here. You can see some old filing cabinets, the paint in the old library, pictures of wires underneath the desks, offices with little furniture, renovations here with starting to show some carpet, some new furniture. The boxes through a moving company is how we were able to relocate certain departments, certain floors. It was strategically coordinated to have carpet team moved in, remove the carpet, paint the walls, get the new carpet in. Coordinated effort that worked very well. It went quick. It was well received. I think everybody likes the new paint, the new carpet, the new furniture. More importantly, in my opinion, it's the generator backup, the boilers, a lot of
that's
energy
the key.
efficiency pieces that
That's a key.
for this building go a long way. A few more pictures here. I also wanted to bring up the redistricting. The council had approved funds for the moving process for the redistricting last summer. Facilities worked closely with the schools, and I want to take this time an opportunity to thank the school department, the staff, teachers, and administration for the collaboration and team effort, especially Colin. In addition, for facilities, I want to thank Steve O'Neill and the trades team, Richard Gaskin with the custodial staff. They worked closely with myself and Colin to ensure a move of this magnitude received the attention it required. Some of the pictures here, you'll see boxes upon boxes that showed up to the schools, all the schools. Teachers had to pack up their stuff in the boxes. Some of you, this might be a repeat if you've seen other presentations, school committee, about the process and the work that was involved to have a move like this be successful. Here's a room emptied out, more boxes, the library shelving, playgrounds that we took the opportunity of having a moving company in to break down courtyard playgrounds that were just old and get them out of there. I also want to reiterate and double down, thanking the custodial staff specifically, because they not only supported these the moving efforts that happened, there was also a ton of summer projects that continued within their respective buildings. And for them, it didn't stop. They still had buildings to clean like they normally would during any summer, year after year. I don't think it also would have been successful without the support of the DPW team. They supported with other moving requests. Derek Adams helped out a ton with waste management. the IT department, Tim and his team, working through various situations where we had to set up new offices that didn't belong where they originally were. What used to be a computer lab now is, what wasn't is something else. Various contractors like PJ Kennedy, Jasco Electric, Valley Communications, getting the phone system set up so that, you know, when someone calls in, they're calling the right person. It was a large undertaking, and facilities, with the help of all the team I just described, made it a successful project. We still continue to work at it today and year after year as we move into new phases. Here's a slide of the new visitor bleachers over at the high school. The previous visitor bleachers, it was an opportunity to fill on many levels. The old press box,
Yeah.
the bleachers from a safety standpoint, it was a liability. Crowds for athletics and graduation have grown. These bleachers, yeah.
They were a disgrace.
So the new bleachers, it supports over 435 additional viewers. The town used $500,000 in federal ARPA funds to complete the project, and it was another successful project. The cupola. I want to again highlight Steve O'Neill with another great project that was a great success. Town used Community Preservation Act funds to repair the cupola. The picture of the rotted piece of wood came out of it. It's done. It looks great. But what's on the horizon? And what's next? And what keeps coming? The three that I have here, new police station, Washington Street Elementary renovations, and King Street Park redesign. And for anyone who tuned in last night, the police station building committee made some progress, identifying the Parmenter site to be the ideal site. A lot of work is still needed at the Washington Street Elementary School. Extensive roof, fire alarm, HVAC, parking, and educational upgrades, drainage, receiving. And we continue to make some progress with the King Street Park redesign. Not mentioned here, but other goals that I hope to meet for our department is establish an improved keying system across the town and school buildings, initiate formal annual facility inspections, implement additional and/or new users to support the demands of various departments and buildings, update existing building management systems, and along with strategize with the internal team and other departments, creating new policies and search for other improvements and efficiencies where we see fit. This slide is going to show upcoming projects and system needs, driven primarily by aging infrastructure, life cycle expectations. This slide is intended to provide awareness. the animal control, multiple rooftop unit and air handling units that have heat exchangers at end of life. To the point actually made with the senior center having lost power. Interestingly enough, the power loss on December 19th, that Friday, we continue to still have issues as we see them with components day by day. The comment about the Vax fridge, it actually is tied into the generator at the senior center. However, during the power outage on Friday the 19th, the generator fired up but ended up turning off on high engine heat. Similar, the generator over at Fire HQ also just over the past couple months has had several repairs to it to keep it going, but it needs a lot of attention. Kind of continuing the need with other questions and discussion points. This slide, I hope, isn't too daunting, but I do hope that it sparks some conversation and further discussion. You know, how to finance the borrowing of the Washington Street Elementary renovations, the middle school roof replacement, the police station, the future use of DT, the future use of the Parmenter parcel. Last night, they also had recommended a code review, a study for the Parmenter building itself, King Street Memorial Park, future of the former Kennedy School, what's to be used, the fields, the space, conversation about, you know, preschool and daycare expansion there, and ultimately, the future of the operating budget and sustainability and capacity to properly fund the operations of the facility department to meet the needs of our town and school staff. With that, I just, you know, my goal tonight was to show what it takes to keep everything that we have here as a town working, what risks we need to plan for together moving forward. But ultimately, I appreciate your time and thank you, and happy to answer any kind of questions.
Anyone have any questions? Dick?
Thank you for that great presentation. I think the multi-million-dollar question on everybody's mind, which maybe you're prepared to answer, or maybe you can just give us a ballpark, but like, have you looked at similar-sized cities or towns with the amount of facility square footage to manage that you manage, and looked at their budget compared to yours? And have you found that delta so that we can share that with people and say, well, here's really where we're lacking? I mean, I think many of us that have been doing this a little bit know that we're lacking in the commitment to facilities funding and commitment to DPW funding, but it's a hard sell to the public, right? So I think it'd be great if we had a little bit more, you know, data to be able to say to people, like, just comparing apples to apples, here's where we're falling short. I mean, looking at the future projects is great too, but some of those haven't even been approved yet. They're just sort of dreams, right? So
Yeah.
do you have any data you could give us?
I do and I don't. I will say that I have looked at other communities. I have looked at other towns. It's very difficult to look apples to apples because not every town is structured the same way that Franklin is. Square footage is going to change, the amount of schools may change, the amount of facilities may change, how many safety, you know, buildings that they have. Also, the way that the facilities department is structured will be different from town to town. I know for me to throw up a few square footages of, you know, private sector like Plainridge Park Casino or Rentham Village Outlets, I understand that. The hospital, you know, I was hoping to share it for a perspective of just how big Franklin is and how much square footage we have and the various systems that we have. I'm working on getting the resources to answer your question. I think it just takes some time, and I certainly can get closer to an answer for you.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't mean to put you on the spot. I just think, for the purposes of these ongoing conversations, to be able to share to people, here's where we are, here's where we need to be, and maybe here's where, like, perfect sort of Disney World scenario we would get here, but maybe that's a long way off. Because I think, people don't really understand, like you said, it's not a problem until something breaks, right? And there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes that people aren't aware of. One of the things I appreciate that you did in conjunction with Jamie's office and other offices was really looked at this building from a preventative standpoint, right? You looked at, okay, yeah, we have to spend a little bit of money, which some people were critical of during hard financial times, but it's just like owning a house, right? If you don't spend the money on the roof and the busted carpets and the old boilers and the bad windows, then those things become a problem, or they become a safety hazard, or they become an insurance claim, and you end up spending more. So I applaud you guys for taking the time and the money, as hard as it was, to get that stuff done, so that, not just so this place can look pretty and be a more shining example, welcoming example for people to walk in, but it's better cared for, right? And I think you guys do that with all of our buildings and do an exceptional job. Budget season, unfortunately, is right around the corner. So I'm sure at some point you'll be back in the hot seat, but if you can come sort of prepared with, here's really where I need to be in order just to maintain what the expectations are with that 2,500 work orders, which is staggering, right? But just to keep that up, what's needed? Because the alternative is for this stuff to get neglected or get broken or become a claim no matter where it is, school department or our side, and then it becomes even worse. So, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'll just go right down to Steve.
Thank you very much. A great presentation. Learned a lot from this as a former facilities guy. It's I kind of get it. So interesting to think about future projects. Like to learn a little bit more about capital budgeting history. I read through the documentation that budget's been cut a lot over a period of time. I just kind of like to get a better understanding, kind of where it was cut from and where it is now. So just two quick questions. In terms of expenditures, what is your biggest what's your biggest cost center?
Utilities.
Okay. So that's across all properties, and with the rates and everything going up as they are today, that's the biggest issue.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then I noticed in the notes here there was a comment on Davis Thayer costing $150,000 to $200,000 a year just to take care of it the way it is now, plus a roof, right? Didn't we have to add a roof last year or something?
We've repaired the roof in 23, 24, 25.
Just curious, is most of that utilities, the 150 to 200,000? It jumped out at me as a lot of money for that building,
Yeah, insurance, certainly a lot of it's utilities, but at the same time, the lights are on, it's
Yep.
heated.
Yep.
We still got to inspect the fire protection system,
Right.
everything.
Okay. No, that's great. Thank you.
Right down line, Ken.
No, first off, thanks again for all you do. That was a very thorough and helpful presentation. I also have two questions. The first one, just in line with Councilor Cormier-Ledger's question around comparables. I just want to urge you, to the extent that you don't have other towns to compare with, because to your point, it's not exactly apples to apples. That's going to be difficult. Just in my line of business, I still do tend to use comps, comparables wherever it's happened, wherever possible. If you don't have them, someone else will come up with them. So I will urge you to, you may have something that you use that's you're the one who's best situated to know what's accurate. we're gonna need that from you as we think about how we're looking at this going forward. So that's my, number one, that's my ask. Secondly, I'd love to hear, you did a great job of telling, some of the things we've done historically, laying out some of the anticipated costs, both, things that we're expecting, certainly some things that are some things that are not on, in the budget or planned for yet, but just we can see them going forward. But I was just thinking about the fact that I've heard of multiple instances just this week of facilities issues, in town, and in the middle school, for example. I would love to hear from you just a quick synopsis of what's the, how is that process managed? What is the impact to us as a town when something happens out of pocket, as opposed to, preparing for it or managing it in advance of a breakdown?
Sure. Actually, I have no problem using this week's middle school experience as the example, because it took some troubleshooting, and it took some time, and it took some work. As I mentioned in the slides prior, our plumber of almost 30 years is no longer here. We had a sewer ejection pump that failed, and we identified the failure had gone back to when we lost power, December 19th.
There we go.
December 19th was a Friday. Now that pump failure on a Friday, you would hope that when power comes back Saturday, or later Friday night, Saturday, that we're back up and going. However, I spoke with Chief Allen. I actually went to the school and the senior center because something was not right, and lights were on, but not all the lights, and my fob worked, but not everywhere. Not all the power was back. On the street, only 2 legs came back on. There was a 3rd fuse up on the pole that was not there. I called Chief Allen. He got National Grid back. So by Sunday, that fuse had switched back over, and now the buildings are back on. The unfortunate thing about that is when that happened, the sewer ejection pump over at the middle school must have, it fried the relay.
Fried, yeah.
This locating the ejection pump, and then also identifying that what fed it. Mike Carter's no longer here. It's institutional knowledge that's gone. So now, not only you have a team trying to identify the problem and a solution, but now we're also making additional calls to the rest of our team, other contractors that we use to help support us, and they did, and we found the issue. It was a bad relay. We couldn't get it. Again, pointing to other slides about aging buildings, that sewer ejection pump it's got to be 50 years old. A relay to get the pumps back up and going is not a relay that's readily available on the shelf. So now you're looking for a relay that is not really there. It's got to get flown in. I hope this is answering some of the question, but that's kind of the process. It's touching upon a few different things. Not having the institutional knowledge, but also using the resources that we got. It was an older component that had failed, failure due to power loss.
So I guess I would argue that there was no way to really plan for that 50-year-old injector to fail, but I am curious, the cost of replacing an injector, if it had been planned, versus at the last minute when you're trying to get a school back up and running, how did that impact the broader cost of what this, if you just ordered an injector, how much does that cost versus having to have gone through the process that you did to identify the issue, find the problem, fix the problem. I'm curious what the impact from a financial perspective is, and from a time perspective.
I think to one of the points that I had made about, I would like, and one of the goals for the department is to implement, facility inspections, annual facility inspections. I think it gets the team, everybody, well, we're looking at the entire facility. We're doing a deep dive at every component on a yearly basis.
Yeah.
Whereas when we drive in and come to town and come to work, oftentimes it's to put out a fire or you're reactive. But if it's no different than a regular preventative maintenance, this is a scheduled preventative facility inspection where you take a deep dive of these buildings year after year. And it's a goal of mine. I hope and wish to implement it and get ahead of these things.
Got it. So we don't have that yet, but that's one of the targets. Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
You all set? Caroline?
So I've mentioned that several of your most senior experts, your plumber, your electrician, carpenter, I think, are all retiring or have recently retired, and having now kind of seen the effect of that loss of institutional knowledge in kind of an emergency situation, are you starting to kind of look at this and say, okay, how do we prevent that, or what can we do to compensate for that in the future? Like, I know that in places I've worked, the opportunity for someone to leave and who's been there for a long time is always present. I'm sure that's true everywhere. But so that you're not having those moments where the one person who knows the ins and outs of everything has just retired and now all of a sudden you're in a crisis. I guess I'm just suggesting something you've probably already thought about, something that you probably thought a lot about in the last 24 hours after the middle school problem. But just kind of saying, okay, let's plan for that ahead of time. I'm not asking you to give me your ideas now, but just saying, that might be something that as you're looking at all this turnover, something to kind of plan for in advance for kind of that relay of institutional knowledge. So that was just a comment. But one thing I also wanted to mention is that you've talked about your custodial staff and how they are, top tier. And I want to say I have, children in elementary school, and I will absolutely echo your sentiments there that the custodial staff, at least the ones that I've seen in elementary schools, are phenomenal. My children are always delighted when we run into them out in town, and I've been amazed every time that when we do, your custodial employees will recognize my kids and call them by name and engage with them. The one thing that I have thought of is that it must be difficult for them to kind of be in the school where they are technically town employees, but they're working in the school buildings, and I'm just wondering how, they are empowered to, to take care of situations that are, if they possibly have conflicting, issues where it's maybe the town requires something and that's their boss, but, you're a town employee, but they're in the schools. And I'm just wondering, I know that for things like the rat problem in the high school, there was always questions of whether that was being taken care of as much as it needed to be, or if there was something more that could be done, or if they were feeling that they were kind of being pulled in two different directions there. So I'm just wondering, how are we empowering those town employees who are working in the school buildings to kind of be able to do, their job the best that they can? Is that that question? Sorry.
I hope we empower, we're there for support. We have all the faith and the trust in our custodial staff, in our trades team, to make the right decisions, to make their best decision in the moment. They're more than welcome to, and we get calls for support whenever it's needed. But we absolutely empower the custodial team, the trades staff, to make the decision they are an extension of us. They, absolutely.
Kevin, may I just, and I think the other thing too is they take a lot of direction from the principal. And we meet with the principals constantly. So I think that they know that, they see that as one team. And they are great.
Good.
According to all.
Yeah,
So if there's one having any kind of a problem or a question, I feel like you mentioned with the mice issue, they have no problem reaching out to us. We
Okay.
actually just scheduled another meeting. So I think it's just that open communication.
Good. Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All set, Carolyn?
Yeah.
Mike?
Okay. Kevin, the middle school thing, was it preventable?
I think if I said no, that'd be silly. Of course, it was preventable. It's difficult to play Monday morning quarterback.
Yeah.
I think it was a series of a lot of unfortunate events. If I go back to the point that I made about having lost power Friday, the 19th, diagnosing that we didn't have all three phases, and we didn't get it back until Sunday, the 21st. And if you remember, Monday, the 22nd, and Tuesday, the 23rd, you got an ejector pump that's not working, but you got a tank that can still take the source. And it never got to that point. Then it's the 24th, it's Wednesday, everybody leaves. Nobody comes back until Monday the 5th. And
Yeah, and I expected that to be your answer. I mean, that everything, I mean, a lot of things are preventable, and I think obviously we'll learn from it, and we'll put steps in place so we'll learn from it. I guess
Yeah.
that's the most important thing.
if I may as well,
Yeah.
the other piece of this too is through the redistricting, we also have, day
More.
seniors that are now living in different buildings, and they're learning the buildings. Who used to be the custodian day senior at, school A, now they live at school B. Maybe the custodian at school A, out of the top of their head, probably would have figured, oh yeah, it's XYZ. Again, to the point, like, I'm sure if Mike Carter was still here, he might have been able to save us 12, 16 hours.
Yeah. Okay, that's all. Sticking on the schools, what percentage of Kennedy is being occupied right now? What percentage of that building is being used versus unused? Do you know the answer to that?
I would, from my point of view, I
Yeah.
would say probably 60 or so %. There's a lot of classrooms around the gymnasium and cafeteria that are empty. I think that having, ECDC having expanded over there, why not use the indoor gym? Why not use the cafeteria? So it's a large, it's a tough answer to.
Yeah.
If I could answer it, say, oh, well, it's 90% because they're in the caf and the gym.
Right.
But the classroom space, I guess I'll say 50, 60%.
Okay. Parmenter, same question for Parmenter. How much is Parmenter being used right now with rec being there, other things versus empty space?
I think Parmenter is
Pretty much.
fully used, and why I'm giving you that answer is because if you, for anyone who knows the school, if you walk in you know, Ryan and his team have really kind of taken
left side.
To the left.
the left side towards the gym. The only classroom that they're using on the other side is for their art class. The majority of the right side apartments are selfishly, the facilities department has been using it for storage. We have a lot of, after the redistricting, there's extra student chairs, student desks, conference tables, filing cabinets, you know, trying to make sure that we're, you know, holding on to, you know, things that can be reused so that we can give them to where and when they're needed.
Okay. Just the last question, I'll make a general comment. This is a chicken or egg question. So we need to renovate Washington Street, we need to fix the roof on the middle school, but truly those will need to be debt exclusions. Do we need to hire the OPM before we actually put a amount for a debt exclusion? Because I would hate to do a debt exclusion and it fail and we spent money on an OPM. So that's a chicken or egg, I don't expect you to answer it, maybe it's more for Jamie. What is the chicken or egg there?
It's pretty straightforward. So through Mr. Chairman, the Horace Mann roof, the Washington Street School, and the police station are all $1.5 million projects or greater. So by state law, you have to have an OPM. So all of those will need an OPM, and then you can go out and do the financing. I think the chicken and the egg question is interesting, right? Because I think we have the money, obviously the police station building committee went probably they've been working for 2 years and they went as far as they could last night.
Right.
But last night, if you watch the meeting, it's clear that unless there's a financing plan, you know, the next step is kind of like up in the air.
Right.
It's the same thing with the Washington Street School. We've already appropriated, the past council appropriated the OPM funding for REMJEF, but we haven't, due to, you know, Mike D'Angelo's retirement, and, you know, we're in the process right now, and we should have a deputy facilities director on in the next couple of months, the next month or so. There's an offer out there. We're just kind of going through the pre-employment physicals. You know, we need direction from all of you on, like, can we do this? Because the ultimate reality is all three of those projects are gonna need financing, one way or the other. Now, if there's a sold building, right? If we sold a parcel of land in Franklin, that may finance one or two of these projects or a portion of these projects, right?
Right.
So you may not have to go out and do a debt exclusion.
Right.
Or a small.
But, right. But on the other hand, you know, if you don't sell any buildings or you don't get the value you want or whatever, then you're obviously at some point gonna have to go out and do a debt exclusion for those buildings and those projects. So, sometimes it's
that's
the
my
egg
question.
before the chicken,
Yeah.
sometimes it's the chicken before the egg, depending on how
I
you
get you,
perceive that
Mike. I
answer.
think I know where you're coming from.
That's my, so like, to your point is, can we come up with an estimated amount for those two projects?
Yep,
Say
we have
they're
them right
$6
now.
million or whatever.
We have
But we
them.
don't need an OPM to do that, and then now we know we either have to take $6 million as a debt exclusion or take it to the people.
Correct.
Or sell some property and swap it that way, because it's not gonna come out of the operating budget to fund that.
No.
That's
You're
not-
looking at about 38 to about 40 million, right, today, right? Serious, and I know all of you, most of you know this, but also for people at home, you know, if you went out and did the police station, you know, even in a year, right? I think we talked about it last
Yeah.
night. They said, essentially, even if you started this summer, you're looking at a 3-year
Yeah.
project. Well, in 3 years, when we have to pay the bills, you know, depending on the economy, that could go up or down. But you're looking at about 40 million for the police station. You're looking at about 10 to 15 for the Washington School, and you're looking at about 2 for the Horace Mann roof. We haven't even fully evaluated
Right.
that. We have had, with some of the problems at REMJEF in the past, we have had some folks look at that and give us some just back of napkin math and some estimates. So you're looking at probably with all three of those, you're looking at about 55 million unforeseen circumstances. The OPM, if we put out the bid and got the RFP on board, we'd have an OPM on by the summer for REMJEF. And we can take that the distance like the police station, but eventually you're gonna get to a position where, you know, how are you gonna finance these things? So you're looking at about 55 million for all three of those projects, roughly.
Okay. And the last thing is more just a comment as it kind of relates to that. I mean, I don't expect to had this discussion tonight, but obviously be part of our goals
Yeah.
or session, just to kind of plan this out. And I think part of that, Kevin, will be that one slide that you said, the other projects that are out there. I would be, like, when you talk about animal control, municipal buildings, fire, like, what is the true, like, map out that for the next 10 years? We need to spend for the fire headquarters,
Yeah.
$2 million at this point. So when we have that discussion, having those upcoming projects kind of laid out, what you see as the, kind of the schedule for that would be helpful in the big picture. And then my only last comment is that obviously we have some, what I believe are very valuable properties in town. Parmenter's a valuable property, it really is. Davis there is a and when I say valuable for development. Now, whether or not we put the police station, blah, 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 all that other stuff there, but those are very valuable parcels of land. So we have to weigh the value of those parcels for what they can bring in to potentially offset other expenses such as this. So, but we'll get into that.
That's
when we have-
another-
And another day. So, other than that, that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Kevin.
Max?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my first question is, if you're a rank and file librarian or a teacher, what's the process for them to put in a work order? And also, can a director or principal of a building make direct requests to the head of custodian of a building, or do they have to go through sort of the head office before they can get the work order request done?
No, anyone can, as long as you got a franklinps.net or franklinma.gov email, you can put a work order in. If you don't have one of those, you can just call or ask someone who does. That's the process that we like to, we try to stick to the process as much as possible. It's not uncommon that someone pulls me aside and says, hey, this happened or that happened, and we take care of it. I log in, I put a work order in, make sure that it's accounted of, because I forget who said it, but it's all, you can't manage what you don't know. The data is important, and capturing the data and knowing, how much time you spent on a boiler or a unit or a building is important, and it helps you plan for what's next.
And are most employees educated as to that process? They're just sending you an email, and is it in the handbook, or does it need to be in the handbook? Like, they're pretty, our employees, do employees know the process?
Yeah, I think so. I oftentimes as well, I think it can be training, it can be time. It's also getting them in the system, because that's a manual entry. So if someone just started and they were given their email address, I just go into our work order system. I enter them as a new user. They got to log in. They'll have a username and password, so that moving forward, if they want to enter a work order, they enter a work
So there's like a
order.
portal that they
Correct.
have access, and do how many do all the people who are employees have an account already, or what percentage of people have an account with you?
That's a great question. I'm not so sure, because if I pulled it up, we probably gotta do a little bit better job maintaining it, because also as people have left, their users are still in the system. I think if you're inactive for some time, they
cut you.
They deactivate. Maybe you're still in the system, but you're deactivated. I can certainly find.
No, I guess my
that out.
concern is that I hear a lot of concerns from people where they feel they're not being, they feel there's a lack of communication, but I'm wondering if the actual issue is they just don't know the process. So I'm just trying to diagnose, is there a lack of communication between, schools and facilities, or librarians facilities, or is there just, do they just not know, oh, I could file it myself, I did have a question about is there a consequence of delaying, the Washington Street school renovation by 18 to 24 months if we address more urgent things first, like the Oak Street roof and the senior center sprinklers? Like, is there any advantage to focusing on those first? And, if the Washington Street school is delayed, is there any maintenance costs or things imploding because we didn't do the maintenance risk of that?
I think the number one ticket item, in my opinion, over at Washington Street Elementary is the roof. If it doesn't get addressed, it's It's roofing calls.
So
to
it
our-
has a roof problem too. It's not just renovations, it's the roof for Washington Street and Oak Street. Okay. So is there any, if the Oak Street roof and is it possible to combine the Oak Street roof, the senior center sprinklers, and the Washington School renovation into a single debt exclusion override?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I would be very much in favor of putting that on the November ballot, because those are big safety issues. Those, if we don't fund that, those are all costs that are gonna come back to bite us.
Mhm.
And I think the public would be very, more likely to fund those kinds of things. And I think, honestly, we need a win. So I think if we could, I don't know if that's a future agenda item, but we could discuss it more, but I think those are both the biggest priorities right now, is maybe a first pass for a debt exclusion. What is the soonest a debt exclusion will sort of need to become before us for the police station? Could it come now, or is it a certain timeline?
So, through the chair, so, there's a lot of questions. I think first, there needs to be, in my view, there needs to be consensus on the desire to do it. There needs to be agreed upon location. I think as we learned in the last couple of years, I hope, there really needs to be unity and consensus on these projects from the elected leaders and the other boards and committees that are behind that. I do think, and I've said this to the chief, and I think Councilor DeLorco has as well, the police department has to become more active in this. I mean, we really have not seen them active in any of this issue, and I think, it's great to have Andressa Rosa, to represent one of the female officers, because one of the issues with the police station, if y'all do the virtual tour, if you went down and took a tour, I know we offered some open houses, one of the biggest issues is certainly around our female officers, and the fact that they don't have their own space, they don't have their own gym, they don't have their own shower, there's this whole series of issues with that. So if we want to make sure we are open to that. But also, we have another male officer on the committee as well, and I've told all of them, you guys got to get the department involved in this and excited about this. And I think many of you have as well in previous years. And so I think you got to have consensus, you got to have an agreement on a site, you got to have agreement on what the lay of the land is. I think as discussed, and Councilor DeLorco can speak more to this, but last night, I think the rec community appears to be rallying around the Parmenter building, but as we learned last night, there may have to be some modifications to Parmenter. That also would be something you would probably want to put on that number, because if you have to do $1 million or $2 million renovations to Parmenter to make that building up to code, or if it's going to meet the needs of recreation, you want to look out into the future and say, okay, what are those needs in the next 10 or 15 years, so you're not back at the table. So with all due respect, I think November is going to be hard, and as Councilor LeBlanc had pointed out a moment ago, we haven't even hired the OPM for Remington Jefferson, or for the Washington Street School yet. So even getting that bid out, getting somebody in and getting somebody chosen, is going to take several months. And also in that, you'd want to consider setting up a school building committee. I've pitched this several years ago regarding the demographics, future school buildings, 5-10 years down the road. So I think November would be hard logistically. The following November may be more applicable, and I mean that earnestly. I think this November is going to be very, very challenging. If you did just the police station, maybe, because it's obviously, already over midfield in terms of design. But I think as we learned last night, there's still a lot of little, things to determine about, is the community behind the building of the size, the location, the usage, what the needs are. And so I think that's where the building committee left it off tonight. But I hope that answers your questions, Councilor Mandel.
Yeah, no, I think my concern is, in terms of November, I think it's politically, in terms of political considerations, I think it makes the most sense. If there's things that don't require a school building committee, like the roof for Remington, I think you could put that on.
You would not legally need to do those.
I would not legally, okay.
No.
Okay.
No. That's only if you're going to go for MSBA funding.
Okay.
And we've already cut that off. We're not going to be eligible for years, and I don't even think this project would qualify, but you'd be waiting a long time to do that project. So
I also want to point out that the master plan talked about the need for a third auxiliary fire station.
Yep.
north of Franklin, and I was wondering if the police building committee has looked at, I know there was the talk about acquiring property from Maple Street, from Dean, whether that would make more sense in terms of a joint fire, police. I know, I don't want to step on their toes either, but I just want to point out that that was also on the master plan.
To that point, so just to be totally transparent about it, so the VFW up on Pond Street actually has a right of first refusal in the deed. Somebody back decades ago in Franklin. I think the need on the north side, Councilor Morangello, has always been there for a substation. Cell phone service, I mean, there's the tower space, I mean, we're working on that, it's another matter, but that issue is not subjected to this police station building committee. This one is just on the police station. The VFW has a right of first refusal in their deed for that property. If the VFW ever went to sell that property, the town would have first access to buy that, and that site has been basically located as a perfect site for a substation for the north side of town for police and fire, decades down the road. So whenever the VFW decides they want to sell it, the town should be in a position to buy it. Because that's your site that you're going to be able to really reduce response times up on that side of town. And I know the cell phone tower up there is controversial on the VFW land for the VFW, but that's been a site that's been identified, I think, by police and fire folks and the town for 60 years or something, that site would be the site best served for that.
Okay, and the last question is regarding Davis Thayer. I know the committee met, they had the recommendation. Is this just a matter of saying we want to go forward with that? And then also, I mean, as another option, there's the idea of rental income or ground lease. And is it possible to bond against ground lease money, or is that right? Bonds against ground lease money?
No.
Okay.
Regarding the recommendation and the procurement, that is a very complicated procurement to do. This council, because you're stewards of that property, have to get the highest and best value for that property. It's a public asset. Obviously, the committee went through a pretty extensive process looking at some different ideas and proposals. I want to note the zoning for that is single-family 4. So you'd probably have to put out a pretty unique RFP. The best way you're going to get the best price or the most money is to leave the fewest conditions on the RFP, right? But I also understand the town probably doesn't want to bid it out to somebody who wants a 6-story building, right? And then there's the issue of, do you keep the actual facade in the building? I can tell you, and it's been studied to death in this town for 15 years, it's a money pit. It's a very, very expensive building to renovate. You're talking tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars. There's no elevators, no ADA access. As Kevin already spoke about the lease, we've done open houses, hundreds of people have walked through. It looks beautiful from the outside. It's a gorgeous building. It really fits the space obviously beautifully with the lawn. But at some point, this council probably is going to have to try to make a decision on what to do with that building, because you are, to Councilor, I think, Malloy's point earlier, or somebody else, there's a couple hundred grand in the budget we're spending on it. The insurance is not getting cheaper. We're now up to like 30, 40, 50 grand to pay for that because it's a vacant building, so the insurance is going to be higher. And so at some point soon, and I would estimate, just if you made a decision on what to do with Davis Thayer, that you're going to put out an RFP, you may need a meeting or two to discuss what the conditions are going to be, particularly with zoning. I mean, you're talking about anywhere from probably a 2 to 10 month process to get rid of that property. There's appraisals involved. There's a whole series of legal background that you have to do. There's reporting to the state inspector general. I mean, there's a lot involved. It's not like Mark and I are going to sit down tomorrow, draft up an RFP, throw it out on the street, and get a bunch of bids. It's a very, very complicated endeavor. So I just want to set expectations that as you think of your timeline for the next 2 years, if you made a decision on Davis Thayer this March, say, just a couple months from now, you'd probably start to enter into a contract to sell a purchase and sale maybe by the end of the calendar year at best, because you'd have to go through a negotiation on the price. There's a lot of factors involved with it, so it's pretty complicated.
Jamie, if I may.
Yeah.
just hearing a few things and from a facilities perspective as well, touching upon a few things from the counselors, what they said. New police station, the existing police station, DT, Parmenter. Ryan's team has left the rec building at 275 Beaver. I know they're using the back half of it still. Animal control is in need of a ton of renovation. We're utilizing half of the old JFK. From a facilities perspective, and even touching upon sustainability a little bit here, but, looking, the schools just went through their own redistricting. I think the town's sitting on a lot of facilities, a lot of property. I think, trying to identify how we want to use it and how we want to plan moving forward is also going to support the next couple of years.
I just had one last thing, and just to follow up on my last question. If we can use a ground lease for the Davis Thayer property, can revenue from that lease go into the operating budget, or does it have to be set aside?
Yes.
It has to be
But-
set aside, used for the operating budget?
Yes.
So that's.
So you can use the operating revenue as, for a ground lease. What you can't do, just, not that you asked, but just for people at home, because I get asked this all the time, you cannot sell the land and then use
Use
the
it
proceeds from the land to
into the
fund the
operating.
operating budget. Those go into special revenue accounts and are under special state statutes, so.
That's actually one consideration for whether to have an outright sale or a ground lease.
The difficulty with a ground lease is that the upkeep of the building is so significant that you're gonna have a hard time leasing the building to a buyer or a tenant that's, we'd have to fix the building. We'd have to do something to either renovate it. I cannot see a private developer, and we went through this on the committee. I know it sounds good for us, right? Sell it to a developer, lease it to a developer, have the developer do all the renovations, right? Get maximum rent back, restrict the use. It can't go all our favor. We're not in a seller's market where that property is gonna somehow, we're gonna get everything we want. If you watch House Hunters on TV, like on HGTV, like, you're gonna have to make some serious concessions somewhere. And those are hard decisions, right? But if you took the rental revenue from that, you could offset some of the costs with the building. My nervousness of ever doing that has been, you have no ADA access. You have no elevator. I hope all of you have maybe gone in the building before and taken a tour. I mean, when the movers went in, they're moving everything from the third floor down a huge set of stairs, right? So, even the rental options are probably limited without modern day amenities. And oh, by the way, the school was generally disposed of. Yes, declining enrollment was an issue, but really the biggest issue was it wasn't fit for an educational facility for children for these days. The walls are thick, the Wi-Fi was terrible, the showers are all open, it's just one big room. I mean, it's not asbestos, no ADA access. So there's a lot of problems with the building that are not gonna make it one of those. I had suggested a pickleball center at one point, because if you had pickleball in every room, we would've made it, right? It would have, but even that, I had a couple conversations with people about that, and they were like, well, what's in the building? What if somebody gets hurt? What about liability? Who's gonna pick up that tab? I'll be honest with you, most people who are gonna bid on that are gonna say, we want the town to fix it. It's just the way it is. So there's not a lot, I don't think you're gonna find a lot of options with a leasing option. Sounds great, but I don't think it's gonna really work.
So I'll just comment that I would like to explore, I'm not married to the facade. I would say scrap the building, lease the land, and, that's my preference. But with that, I'll yield.
Just get rid of the whole thing.
Jane?
Okay. Just a couple little things, honestly, it's not that big. Through the chair, and I'm not really sure who's gonna answer this, so it could be you, Jamie. just looking at the overall facility budget, okay, it looks like school-related facility is about 53% of your budget, if I'm reading this correctly. Municipal side is about 44.5% of your overall budget. So on the school end of it, is that basically like, if the building and the structure and like the sewer injector, that's a municipal, that would come out of the 44% of the municipal side, correct?
No.
Okay.
I would say 85% roughly of the 7.7 million, is that your, like, whatever the number is in the budget for him, about 85% of that is school-related costs. So I don't know the 5344, but of just his budget in account 192, just that public property and buildings account, about 85% of those costs are school-related. Because if you take 1 million of the 1.2 million square feet of space is school facility, again, I'm just ballpark rounding up, and then most of the staff time, all the custodians, most of the trades work, most of Karen Tulloch's work that she does is paying bills. They're relating to school-related, stuff. So I don't know the 5344, but.
Okay, well, that's why I asked, because I'm reading it off of this sheet, and I might have interpreted it wrong.
It's okay.
So out of that 80% that's school-related, how much of that does the town municipal side pay?
100%.
All of it.
So
All of it.
Nothing comes out of school budget for
No.
facilities at
No.
all? Okay.
Nothing.
I just wanted to make
I
sure.
mean, I think just to be really clear, a couple of times, like the redistricting, the movers, the budget was whatever it was, 400,000. It was like, a little bit more than that. The schools oftentimes may pay the difference, like one-time cost every once in a while. They may pay an extra 15,000 to close out a project. But everything else in that budget, 100% of school-related costs comes out of the municipal budget for schools, for facilities.
Okay. That was really actually the only question. I'm just trying to understand, because I know it's school and municipal, but I'm just I was trying to figure out if anything was coming out of school budget or if it
No.
was just the town paying for it.
100% town.
That's fair.
Nothing comes out of the school budget on facilities.
We've been saying that for a while.
And I would say that,
I know.
to one other point, just to your actual point, debt service, debt exclusions and borrowing and debt and interest, that's again, all from the municipal budget, but it's school buildings. So
Right.
everything relating to school facilities, from borrowing, debt exclusion, property and casualty insurance, all of our insurance portfolio is the municipal budget. All of that is paid for schools as well, for property insurance and liability as well.
Okay.
All set?
I'm all set.
Gene?
All right, I'll be very quick. I had 2 questions and a comment, but the first question was already answered, which was about the school versus town side. The second questions should be fairly straightforward for you. Just asking about the generators.
Yeah.
How often do we test the generators? Are they on a regular schedule to be tested at all the facilities, the majority of the facilities, or, just some not get tested?
Yeah, so we have an outside contractor that goes through and does an annual PM on all of our generators. The generators that we do have, they run once a week, they run weekly. They'll just fire up when they're supposed to, automatically. They'll run for a period of time and then shut down. Most of our generators have diesel tanks. There's a few that are tied into gas. But they're on an annual PM schedule.
Okay.
And they run weekly.
And then the last thing is, and I'll be quick, it's
No, that's
just a comment. As someone who's also, like Steve, has managed facilities before, I mean, there's just no getting around the costs that you have associated with facilities. It's not something you can reduce. Although I would say that we've moved out of some of these buildings and we're still using them, so that's a bit of an issue, especially because you mentioned your largest cost center was, utilities, right? So if we still have to, supply electrical, we still have to heat to the same level as if there were school children in there, then, you know, it's gonna cost us the same, so we can't save any money that way. But ultimately, the way we're gonna save money on facilities, as you've already mentioned, is that we need to reduce the number of facilities that we have. We need to sell these things. So I think that's a high priority for the councils. It also solves some of our problems of paying for other things, because we could take that money that we make from selling the facilities and use it as capital to pay for some of the other things that we need to do. So that's all I have to say. Back to you.
Thank you, Keith. And I totally agree with Councilor Grillo about it is time for us to this council to make a decision on DT and the rec, the rec department to sell these properties to get some income to work on the future ones. I have a couple questions. I know that when we put the work order in, how long ago, that was, I don't know, 10 years ago or something like that, we put that work order?
We had School Dude.
School Dude.
I think Rich
Yeah.
and Karen certainly remember. And then the newer system, I think, has been a huge
Yeah,
plus.
it's been.
Remember, we
it's
had
been
problems
great.
with School Dude all the time.
All the time, yeah.
But we went to another system, and it seems to have worked out well. And I'd be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to Steve and the custodians and Rich who manage all that.
Yeah.
Every work order is a number one priority.
Yeah.
Right? But there's only so much bandwidth, and they do a great job managing
No,
it.
it's
And
been
I can speak
much
for you
better.
on this.
Yeah.
You and I don't get a lot of the phone calls we used to get
Oh, my God.
8 years ago. They'd
Oh, my
be
God.
weekly. And
Daily. I mean, it was brutal. Yeah.
daily.
The other question, your subcontractors, you got them on speed dial, and how quick will they respond?
Oh, they're great.
Are they great? That's a big key.
They're fantastic.
I mean, you have one plumber, and I'll get into a little bit about Caroline trying to get this other person up to date. A commercial plumber, we're not gonna get a good commercial plumber because we don't pay enough.
Right.
Unfortunately. It used to be good because we had a good pension. We don't have a good pension anymore, so, that's what's happening all around. On Brutus's side, even at my place there, it's just, we're not getting good candidates. I'm retiring and I'm a hoarder, so I have all heavy equipment stuff and all these lockers. They are fighting for my keys because they know that I have relays in there. I don't throw anything away, I have pumps, I have everything in there. So it's going up a bid, but, but I will leave it, and that's what you lost when you lose all those other people, He could have came in there and maybe jumped out that relay a little bit better than somebody else and got the thing, got it running quicker. I have done that 1,000 times, and younger kids don't understand that sometimes, but I know what you're going through. And, they'll get there. They'll get there. It's gonna take time. That's the only thing. And, but it was a great presentation, and I know you're doing a good job. People call you all the time, and on that fact that I know that people call you and you end up going there and fixing things and putting the work order in. It's a big circle. But you do a great job, Kevin, so thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Jamie?
Yeah, I was. Thank you for the clap. That's what I was going to do too. In all sincerity, through you, Mr. Chairman, you've been here for a long time on the council, and I just want to, let everybody know this was Kevin's first presentation. So, congratulations, Kevin. Great job. And I just want to, for one quick minute, we don't get to talk about this much. We've wanted a facilities presentation for a long time. Our longtime facilities director retired last year, Mike. Obviously, as you know, had some health issues. But Kevin and Steve over there, Rich, Karen, Irene's not here tonight. Your team is basically right here that manages everything you just saw tonight. That's an extraordinary amount of stuff that they have to monitor. Yeah. I appreciate all the kind comments about the custodians. Our custodial team is unbelievably fantastic. They are true stewards of this community and our buildings. They do a fantastic job. We are going to definitely miss it. I'll give a little bit of an update later, my personnel update. But I just can't compliment Kevin and the rest of the staff enough while you've got all this institutional knowledge walked out the door. Mr. D'Angelo was here for 3 decades as well. So when we talk about, what's in the head, I'm gonna make a joke here. Everything was in his head, and that's all it was. And Kevin came on 2 or 3 years ago. He's a Franklin kid. Everybody knows his mom at Rem Jeff.
Yeah.
His wife is from Franklin as well, Nicole. We're gonna hopefully get them to move to Franklin someday. But I just can't thank Kevin and the whole staff enough for everything they do. So thank you for everything.
One more thing, Steve, maybe if we want to keep Rondo on, we might have to pay for his Divot League on Thursday
Hey,
nights.
hey.
Yeah.
Divots too?
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys. Okay. Moving on, Jamie?
Yeah.
Jamie, I think I'm gonna skip down a little bit and do the 40B last, so we don't, that's gonna be a little bit of a.
Keep things moving.
Keep things moving, and we don't have to stay. So I'm gonna go right to D, to Resolution 2602, gift acceptance for Veteran Service Department, $470. Clerk will read the resolution. I should have given you time, sorry. Sorry, Ted.
It's all right. We're skipping to acceptance of gifts,
Yes.
letter D, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This resolution 26-02, acceptance of gifts, Veteran Service Department. Whereas the Veteran Service Department has received a generous donations in total amount of $2,470.00 to be used at the discretion of the department as follows. Donation summary, Veteran Service Department, $2,470. Donations to be used at the discretion of the Veteran Service Department through the Franklin Municipal Veterans Assistance Fund in support of local veterans and their families. List of all donors is included in tonight's council packet agenda. Now therefore be it resolved that the Town Council of the Town of Franklin, on behalf of the Veteran Service Department, gratefully accepts these generous donations to be used at the discretion of the Veteran Service Department for the purposes noted above. This resolution shall become effective according to the provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter.
Resolution, I have move the resolution. So I have a second. Discussion? Just, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you to
Yeah.
firefighters.
Thank you to all the donors.
Our former employee, Tracy McLeod, too. Just shout out to Tracy, who was with us for 30 years. And just thank her for all the donations.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Okay, 9-0, sir.
Thank you. All right, number C, zoning bylaw amendment 26-947, a zoning bylaw amendment to the Code of the Town of Franklin at Chapter 185, Attachment 9, Schedule of Lot Area, Frontage, Yard, and Height Requirement. Referral to the Planning Board. Clerk will read the zoning bylaw.
You gotta give me a second.
Sorry, buddy.
All right.
Let's see.
26-946. Is that the one we're on?
47.
You want to do 47 or 46?
I just read 47.
You read 47,
No, you
okay?
haven't read 46 yet.
Huh?
You didn't.
There's two.
You went to D, so.
B and C are linked. They're the same
Yeah.
thing. ultimately.
Oh, they're the same
So
thing?
we should do
B
946
and
then.
C
Yeah,
are
you read
both
946
MBTA
right
communities,
there.
yeah.
Probably should do 46 first. sir.
All right. All right, so I'll read zoning bylaw amendment 26-946.
Okay.
Zoning bylaw to code to the Town of Franklin, Chapter 185, Chapter 7, Part 6. The use of regulation schedule. Referral to the planning board.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this is a Town of Franklin zoning bylaw amendment 26-946, a zoning bylaw amendment to the Code of the Town of Franklin at Chapter 185, Attachment 7, Part 6, Use Regulation Schedule being enacted that the Franklin Town Council Chapter 185 of the Code of the Town of Franklin is hereby amended by the following additions and deletions to 185 Attachment 7 Use Regulation Schedule Part 6, and it is a motion to refer this to the planning board.
Second.
All right. Discussion.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
If we refer this to the planning board, do they make the decision?
No.
And then does it come
No.
back to us
No.
for final vote?
Let me-
Go ahead, Jamie.
So, Mr. Chairman, so just for everybody at home and for all the new counselors, so the standard process in the charter is that you refer the zoning bylaw to the planning board. The planning board and our office will coordinate 2 public hearings, one for the planning board and one for you. The first reading will be a public hearing, so you'll basically have back-to-back public hearings at the planning board and the council. Amy Love, our town planner, and Julie, my office, will coordinate the dates on your schedules. You know, we build out your calendars for your agendas out months in advance. We'll put them both on, and you need both a first reading and a second reading. The planning board only offers you a recommendation. So, in my 10 years here, generally, the council has said, we're just referring it to the planning board, let them hold the hearing, see if there's any feedback, see what the folks are that are in charge of zoning, bring it back to us, and then the council has final say through 2 readings on what to do with that. You can amend it on first reading, you can amend it on second reading. Traditionally, the first hearing at the council is kind of getting out everybody's thoughts and opinions, and then the second reading is really the finality of it, where it really gets into any amendments you want to make, you can do that. But, so you're just referring it to them, they are not making the final decision, they never make the final decision, and they provide a report back, which will be a part of your first public hearing. And if you approved it tonight, just for general timing, you know, you'll have all of this wrapped up by the end of March roughly. So, you know, the planning board will schedule it like end of January. One of your February meetings will probably be first reading, and then your second reading will probably be sometime in early March roughly, just to give you an idea of the timeline.
So after they're done at the planning board, if we refer this to the planning board, when they're done, when it comes back to us, we'll get more detailed information, because zoning is very confusing, and unless I understand what they're talking about, I will not vote it.
No,
no. So I just need to.
I get that, but that's why we refer it back to the planning board, and then we come here with the 2, you know,
Okay.
the 2 readings.
Okay.
Any other questions, discussions? Oh, Council LeBlanc.
If I read this correctly, there's only one addition, no deletions in this, correct?
Right, these are largely housekeeping.
This is largely housekeeping, there are a couple of deletions. Yes. But if you want, we can go.
No, I don't, I just, because of the way I just read it, I only saw one underline, I saw no deletions, so.
Yeah.
I just wanted to, that's all. It's gonna come back to us, I just.
Yeah, it's coming back to us
Yeah,
anyway. so,
That's all, but.
Yeah.
I'm
So
good.
that's when
Thank you.
that's when we, you know, really
Yeah,
get the
yeah,
bones.
yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? All set? Yep. All right, so we have a motion referring it back to the planning board. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So now we're
Okay,
gonna do.
so it goes to the planning board,
Goes
sir.
to the planning board.
9-0, no abstains, no absent, no recusals. Now I will read the next one.
Zoning bylaw amendment 26-947, zoning bylaw amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a Town of Franklin zoning bylaw amendments 26 through 947, a zoning bylaw amendment to the code of the Town of Franklin at Chapter 185, Attachment 9, schedule of lot, area, frontage, yard, and height requirements, being enacted that the Franklin Town Council, that Chapter 185 of the Code of the Town of Franklin is hereby amended, but the following additions and deletions to Section 185, Attachment 9, Schedule of Lot, Area, Frontage, Yard, and Height Requirements. Sorry, so many pages here.
I have to
All
waive
new.
the reading. I move to waive the reading. Oh, I thought you said he was going to be.
I'm just, at like two more sentences, Max. I just had to skip forward. Sorry.
seconds.
Maybe like a whole table.
No, I have a whole new respect for Mr. Jones. The foregoing zoning bylaw amendment should take effect in accordance with the Franklin Home Rule Charter and Mass General Law, Chapter 48, Section 5, and this is a motion to recommend to the planning board.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
9-0, sir. No abstains, no absent, no recusals.
All right, moving on. Resolution 26-01, friendly 40B policy. Clerk will read the resolution.
I'm going to have to take some water for this one.
Me too.
Is it helpful for me to read the entire thing, or just want me to read the resolution?
It's one sentence, the rest.
Yeah,
Just the one
res-
sentence? Okay.
The one sentence. We're gonna discuss it.
Okay, no problem. This is a Town of Franklin Resolution 26-01, adoption of a friendly Chapter 40B Project Local Initiative Program, otherwise known as LIP policy. The Franklin Town Council, on behalf of the Town of Franklin, hereby adopts the policy titled Friendly Chapter 40B Projects Local Initiative Program, LIP. It's originally dated November 25th, 2024. It is attached in your packet as Exhibit 1. This resolution shall become effective according to the provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter.
You heard the resolution. Do I have a motion to move the resolution?
So moved.
Second. Discussion. Jamie, you want to go to you first?
Sure. So I think many of you are familiar with this discussion, I think, from over the last year. You know, I don't know how far back everybody wants me to go, but before you tonight is a policy that is now town staff policy. And I think we feel as a staff that we've heard a lot of concerns about large apartment complexes in town. This will not prohibit every rental apartment ever. I just want to be clear, there are basically three types of 40Bs, okay? There are the so-called unfriendly ones that are when you're below your 10% state number, a developer can essentially apply to the ZBA for a comprehensive permit with state assistance and essentially cram it down your throat. Madeline Village is an unfriendly 40B. The one that you'll see at some point soon, which I call Mosquito Village because it's all wet behind there, behind Franklin Ford, there's an unfriendly 40B behind there. Those two projects were filed in the town in 2018 or 19 when the town fell below 10%. So that's category one. Category two are 40 comprehensive permits. It's essentially a 40B under state law, is what you saw under St. John's Church, where if you essentially give up your ability to develop a parcel of land for moderate to low income, and by that I mean 30, 40, 50% of the area-wide median income, the state essentially says, okay, we're in such desperate need of that, you can bypass a whole series of regulations, you kind of go to the top of the list for them, they approve it, they come back through the ZBA here locally to do all of the bells and whistles, cross the Ts, dot the Is, the engineering, the mitigation, all that stuff. That's your second type. And then your third type is the friendly 40B where you're over 10%. I understand that the verbiage here is abysmal. I understand that some people don't think it's friendly, but these are the terms that are, these are antiquated terms in state law that have been in law, by the way, since 1969. So 40B was passed in 1969. Chapter 40B was on the ballot statewide 8 years ago to repeal the whole thing, and it lost 58% to 42% at the ballot box statewide. So that's one of the backgrounds you see here, is that the legislature has an incredibly hard time dealing with this issue because it is so difficult, as all of you now know. But also, the housing crunch in Massachusetts is incredibly bad. So the affordability of our state is terrible. And so those are the three categories. I want to be clear, this is the only one you have any input on, okay? And so, you know, the town has not had any friendly 40B applications, I don't believe ever, until the ones that we had recently, the one at 121 Grove, 202 Washington, and obviously 444 East Central. So what this policy essentially does is allows you as a council to still consider friendly 40B applications for sale. 202 Washington Street was approved 9-0 by the past council because it was a decent project, they were for sale.
It was a nice project.
And the starter, 25% of those, the starter homes on those were like 350,000. In fact, it's even in the paperwork the state sent me the other day, and the market rate are like 700, and then the 25% affordable are like 350 or so.
That's in my backyard.
So all of those can continue on. The only types of projects, and I mean this sincerely, and I think actually, Councilor Grella, you wrote an op-ed in the Franklin Observer, actually commending, saying that the town administrator was hearing this from people, that, look, it's time to just take a time out on the larger rental applications. I will say, in 2 years, you haven't gotten any more applications.
Right.
And I don't think you're gonna get any again soon. Any developer that's been watching this is not gonna say, I wanna go through this. I'm not kidding. Like, they're not gonna say, oh, this is worth my time and money. So I say that as background because I understand that this is a big deal, and I think this is a big deal, in my view, from listening to residents. They had a lot of concerns about this issue, and I think it's really, really important to send a message to a lot of people in the community that the ordeal over the last 18 months is over at this body, right? If somebody else comes in and goes to the state on one of the ones on lower and moderate income, that's a different thing. As long as we stay over our 10%, which right now we're at 11.05, as long as we stay over the 10%, you should be able to withstand for some time the ability to have any unfriendly 40Bs. I'll leave it at that. The policy we enacted as a staff was in November of '24. We amended this at a staff level when we heard a lot of the concerns from folks. People were not bringing concerns to us about for sale projects. They were not bringing concerns to us about smaller apartment buildings. By right in downtown commercial, you can get, I believe, 18 units per acre as part of the MBTA communities law that we revised last year. The council actually de-densified, took the density down a couple units to comply with MBTA communities. So it used to be 20 units per acre, now it's 18. So those are still smaller rental buildings of 18 units per acre can still happen, obviously under our town zoning and to comply with state statute. But I think on this case, because it's the council's will or not to accept applications, we as a staff thought it would be a modest effort for a certain time. The last thing I'll say is between 121 Grove, 444, Franklin Ridge, which will also hit our 10%, that's going to hopefully open in two and a half years. The one Habitat for Humanity house, that counts as a as an SHI unit. The St. John's project will count towards our SHI.
Yeah.
The strategy here from the staff has always been to have a buffer to make sure you don't fall below 10. And I stand by that for a big reason. There have been numbers on the SHI thrown out there, and unfortunately the SHI process is extremely complicated, as all of you have learned. At one point, people said we were at 13.5%, and under some math, you can make that case. But the state has us at 11%. And nobody thought we were going to fall under 10% until Glen Meadow came off. And when Glen Meadow came off, builders were ready.
They came right up.
And that's why they filed them right away. In fact, the project on Summer Street, right, that got denied, was primed to be an unfriendly 40B at one point. But the builder didn't file their application in time, and when Glen Meadow came back on the rolls after this was purchased from a new owner, and they went to the state, that property then became not eligible for a 40B on that property. Otherwise, that one, if that one had been filed at the same time when we were under 10%, that would have been an unfriendly 40B up on Summer Street that's now going through the senior overlay. So when we started the 444 process, we were at 10.86. And I need to emphasize this very clearly because I don't think I have to say it all the time, I'm not sure everybody registers. Even if you have the numerator where it goes up, you have to also look at the denominator. Market rate units are hitting the town all the time. They get occupancy, 2 units here, 4 here. We had a subdivision that was applied for this week for 8 units on a single family home. Gianetti's Farm, 5 more units. Uptown, all the units right up on East Central Street, the Brad Chafee projects. You have the senior overlay up for Panther Way, 55 there, 40 here, 30 there, 20 there. So all of a sudden, that's how you go under and you don't know it. So you do need a buffer. And if we haven't learned anything from 121 Grove, it goes on for a short period. And if you don't get occupancy within a year, which to me is a ridiculous regulation, because nobody can build a building that fast, it then comes off. And that's what happened between 121 Grove getting approved a year and a half ago or whatever, 2 years ago, and when people saw the SHI in November and they said, how 11%? Well, because 121 Grove came off. Well, if 121 Grove hits a snag, financial problems, which I don't expect, or it takes 2 years to build,
That's a lot of.
if the market units come on board, you could end up having no say in anything on any project because you'll all get unfriendly 40Bs. So I stand by this. What we have done as a staff is tried to say we need a buffer zone for the number. To Mr. Minichelli's point earlier as well, while some people may not feel like these rentals are affordable, and look, my mother thought I was getting ripped off when I got my first apartment in Porter Square in Somerville for a 1-bedroom for $1,000 a month. I lived right next to the train station, and my mother gave me lashing after lashing after lashing, saying, you're getting ripped off, you're getting screwed, how could you spend all this money on an apartment? Could you imagine Kobe Frangillo saying today, $1,000 at a 1-bedroom apartment right in Porter Square? Unheard of. So housing markets change. And the reality is, though, to Mark's point earlier, these affordable units may not feel affordable or sound affordable, but there is absolutely a demographic that will qualify for that. 70% of that demographic that's eligible are our own school municipal employees. So this is a very, very hard balancing act. This is a very hard balancing act between trying to preserve and make sure you don't have unfriendly 40Bs while still playing, I think, to some level, the desire of the community to still be accessible and equitable and have people be able to live here. I think the ZBA member Janelle Lang spoke very eloquently at this at the end of the hearing last week about divorced parents and different people that want to live near their families and their children. There is markets for this. That being said, this policy that we have on the books for the staff now tries to strike that balance of still accepting applications for sale housing while also taking a pause on the larger apartment complexes to make sure people in the community understand we've heard them and that they've had enough, and you can always come back in a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, or whatever, and amend this policy in the future. So we stand by this policy, and I think as Councilor Glorko and Councilor Cormier-Ledger know, we had this on the agenda last July to try to get this done, to show people that we were listening to them and address those concerns, and unfortunately, that council couldn't get, after 2 cracks at this, couldn't get the policy through. So I'll leave that as it may as a background to the situation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mark?
I just want to make 2 clarification points. Number 1, Glen Meadow is not affordable in perpetuity even now. It's a fixed period because the project was originally built as of right. It did not require any kind of zoning relief.
Really?
So the way the law works, the reason the state intervened and found a buyer who was willing to participate in a program whereby there would be affordability restriction for a fixed period of time. I think it's 20 years.
20 years, yeah. Yep.
But at the end of that time, it'll come off again unless that process is replicated. That's number 1. Number 2, I just wanted to correct and clarify, yes, even the affordables are not really affordable, but the formula is those who are eligible are families making 80% of the median
Right.
income for the greater Boston area. What can they afford? And there's a formula that determines that. Why it's become so expensive, even for rentals, is because the greater Boston median income is just skyrocketed, and it's pulled all those up with it. But affordables, whether they're rental or their home ownership, have to be at least 25% affordable under one of those programs. They can be more, but that's not happening anymore because the supporting government programs aren't in place. So it's basically there's 25%, and for whatever reason, to allude to his point, affordable rental projects, you get 100% credit for it, even though only 25% have to be affordable. You get credit for all the units, whereas home ownership, you only get credit for the affordables, which is the 25% of the project.
Okay. Mark, I know that you've been waiting all night, so do you want to speak before we go to the council?
Yes, please.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you. Mark Minichelli, 31 Longfellow Drive. One of the key metrics for determining whether proposed housing, and some of this I think I'm going to repeat some of what Jamie said. The key metric is the SHI, right? The subsidized housing inventory number. The 10% number is the focus point. So obviously, if the town it meets and exceeds the 10% threshold, the town has much more control over details of future projects, and that's really, really important. I also wanted to point out, to Jamie's point, from November 2024 until November 2025, the SHI index in Franklin dropped from 11.97 to 11.05, almost a full percentage point in a year. And I said, as Mr. Helen has pointed out several times, this calculation is dependent on both the number of affordable units as well as the number of market rate units added. So if market rate units are added faster than affordable units, that SHI is going to continue to drop and continue to get closer and closer to that magic 10% value. I know most, if not all of you, are also concerned about what is truly affordable. And I don't think, like I said earlier, I don't think we want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. If we can get some measure of affordability through the 40B units, I think we should take that and run with it, even while we're trying to do more and do better for people with even less disposable income. So should we throw up our hands and walk away from 40Bs because they're only marginally affordable? I don't think that's the right answer. I say we should take what we get and try to find 40B projects that make sense to approve, and then work with Municipal Affording Housing Trust and many other local organizations to add even more affordability. Finally, I'm going to ask you to reconsider the question of completely eliminating the possibility of future rental housing projects. I understand the desire to see more occupant-owned unit projects. I get that, such as condos. But I also think the economic impact of a large apartment complex is more positive to the town than most people think that it is. And I know this is going to be a topic that's examined with help from the Finance Committee meeting next week as they discuss the economics of development for projects like this in Franklin. Creating a policy that does not allow you to even consider rental units in the future will unnecessarily limit your ability to approve project opportunities in Franklin, even those projects which may be ideal or needed by the town. I bet, like you, many of us started out living in rental units, like Jamie's experience, and saving money until we could afford to buy your first home. If you believe in the microeconomic models of supply and demand, which lead to pricing, then having more rental inventory in Franklin should help keep those rental costs down across the board. I thank you for your time. I just want to let you know that Mom was watching. And she's not happy with a couple of you.
But we love her anyway, Mark.
All right, so now I will go to the council. So do you want to just start down the end and work their way up? Steve?
Clearly in favor of this policy. Hoped it would have happened in the prior council, given everything else that's gone on. I think it's the right time to address, I think, as I said earlier, I don't think some of us would be here if it wasn't for residents' desire to get rid of these massive apartment complexes. And in addition to all of the calculations and ratios around affordable housing, et cetera, we still need to keep the character of Franklin in mind when we're looking at growth and development. So more massive apartment buildings, especially on already busy streets, is something we clearly is not going to be supported by residents. So I certainly appreciate this and absolutely would support it.
Thanks, Councilor Kim?
I feel like I'm not fully understanding this. So if a yes vote here means that we will no longer consider, any friendly 40Bs?
No.
Incorrect. You can consider friendly 40Bs, and I'm sorry, I'm just like looking at I believe the policy was all housing types except
Except for larger rental
large
apartments.
rent, I think, except for rental, larger rental projects.
So,
Kind
I mean, you don't know how I do, like, I don't think anyone wants more large rental apartment complexes. My concern with this policy is it does feel very performative as opposed to practical, I guess is what I'd say. It takes away a tool that we have to help manage, what happens in town. To your point, I don't want any, to my fellow councilors' point, I don't want other large apartment complexes, but I am concerned, or I'm aware of the risk that if we don't even look at a friendly 40B, and then we fall behind, they're more likely to be able to jam one in on us. And so we might be cutting off our nose to spite our face if we say we won't even look at those. Now, I'm nowhere close to being willing to approve, a rental apartment complex, but but what this policy does is prevent us from even voting on it, even making a stance on it, and that is where I'm concerned. I don't want to go into this with one hand tied behind our backs. If we can at least look at them, we can see what's coming. It allows us to better prepare, allows us to better plan for what's happening for how Franklin gets built, and frankly, because we care about preserving the community and the look and feel of our town, voting against this policy, and specifically because of the larger rental apartment complex piece, allows us more flexibility. And does not prevent us from voting against the large rental apartment complexes. I don't.
I know what you're saying, yeah.
Again, I worry about, as I said, something about noses and faces. So that's my challenge here. That's why I was trying to wrap my head around it. It just feels like we can get ourselves on dicey ground if we don't allow ourselves to look at what's coming up. That's my comment.
So it feels a little bit like Councilor Juku read my mind in his comments, because I'm struggling with this, and I'm struggling with understanding Jamie's point to the number of times you said you stand by this, you support this, and at the same time you're saying, hey, guess what? We could be in a lot of danger, if those market value homes continue to come on the continue to be built, and, you know, we're not adding any more affordable ones. It sounds like adopting this policy will put us in a very risky place. To Councilor Chuku's point, exactly what he said, is that we could be saying, hey, we're not even gonna look at them, and then all of a sudden we drop, they jump in, as you said, they, you know, the developers are waiting for us to come underneath that 10% number, and now we have no say. I'm sure many of you, lived in only rental places as an adult until I moved to Franklin. And I came before housing prices exploded, and that's the only reason I'm here. But the places I lived were kind of the exact places that I think Franklin would want as rental if we had rental places. They were places where, you know, it was older couples. It was young professionals, you know, single young professionals, or young families. I mean, my husband and our twins we lived in a 2-bedroom rental, but our neighbors were all, you know, older couples, and you know, quiet, but it was more than 20 units, but it was, you know, kind of just that quiet, friendly, everyone looking out for each other place where the young couples just starting out, and then the older families who are on fixed incomes where they could live. And if that's the kind of place that we do want to make affordable and accessible here in Franklin, then I think we need to make sure that we have the ability to at least look at them, so that we're not rejecting that possibility out of hand without ever being able to consider it, and then finding ourselves in the position where thousands and thousands, or apartments that cost thousands and thousands of dollars, where those families can't afford them, come in, putting in 254 apartments where we don't want them, and we can't say no. So that's kind of where I am, and I also have a question about the wording of this policy. On the kind of bottom of the first page, it says, the town policy will be to accept friendly 40B applications that provide for home ownership and not rentals. Are we saying that our policy then is going to be like, hey, we're just gonna accept any of those home ownership? Is that the way the policy is worded? Because then we're saying we're not gonna consider rentals, but we're also not gonna consider saying no to home ownership ones. I feel like we're taking away the capability of this council to say this is a good fit even though it has rentals. This is not a good fit even though it's home ownership. Does that make sense?
It does make a lot of sense. Yes, that is what the policy says. Until further notice, the town policy will accept friendly 40B applications that provide for home ownership and not rentals. The town is requiring friendly 40B projects not include any housing that are large-scale rental apartments exceeding 20 units. The 20 units at one point, that was what was in town code. So you can't, obviously in bylaw, somebody can get 20 units, 18 units anyway. I just want to point out, the town has already permitted about 800 units that will be added to the SHI. If everything that's been permitted gets built in the next 5 years, 10 years, right? I think the one that probably would be most likely to be dragged out a little bit might be St. John's, because I don't know the financing, and that's a little bit more challenging. But you got 254 at East Central, you got 330 in Grove, you got the 39 down on 202 Washington Street, you've got the 2 unfriendly 40Bs at Madeline Village and possibly over here behind Chestnut near. So I think this is where the balance is from our perspective. You can still go by right, get rental units. You've got 800 that are permitted. If somebody walked in tomorrow and said, we want to apply for one, they're likely not going to build those buildings or get permitted for a year or two. And the ones that are already permitted here are going to get added to the rolls, hopefully by the end of the decade. So when you look at that 800 units, that's a lot of units. That already is going to go on the SHI. I think what I'm trying to say is I'm not trying to prohibit. I do agree with you. I don't want to be exclusionary really at all. But I'm also recognizing, like, I think you guys know this. I mean, let's just talk cold turkey. This is some pretty contentious stuff. Many of you signed a letter to rescind the thing across the street.
Right.
I mean, it's a weird balancing act. I don't want to be exclusionary to anything, really. But I'm also trying to listen to people and saying, they have concerns. And I don't know the right way, but I also look here and I say 800 units, you're right. We could go below the 10%, you know, if Glen Meadow came off, to Mark's point, yeah, we could be in jeopardy. But there's no new application that's gonna walk in here tomorrow that's gonna make us not be in jeopardy.
There's no
What's
land.
gonna get us not in jeopardy is making sure 121 Grove, 444 East Central, Habitat, you know, the other projects that are in the pipeline, 202 Washington Street, when those come on, if they do, then those will prevent us from going under 10%, much more than any new project that walks in the next year. So, you know, just stuck in the middle,
Yeah.
right? Because it's like, it's just, I totally empathize, and I do agree with both of you on your comments about why would you not accept an application? Well, we did that in the last 2 years, and look what happened. Well, the general line of thinking was, from council, right, was, well, we should hear them out. I mean, and I'll be very honest, as an administrator, I'm a facilitator. I never took positions on these issues, but I believe if somebody comes in and says, I want to help the town on something, and they want to petition their government to get an answer, they should have the ability to do that. And to your point, I agree with you. But that didn't work out too well in the last year and a half. People are raging angry about this. I don't need to tell you guys this. So I don't know the right balance, and I don't pretend also to know the right answer. So in some ways, you're correct, Councilor Griffith. The policy right there says we will not accept applications for friendly 40Bs for rental projects. These would only be exclusive to housing ownership. I think we heard that from a lot of citizens too throughout the last couple of years, is that home ownership is the priority. So I empathize with all of you. This is a tough decision, I think, to balance that act, but you know, you also have a lot of units that are potentially in the pipeline that may help that percentage. So thank you.
Just to clarify that first sentence, it would be to accept 40B, friendly 40B applications that provide for home ownership. Are you saying that we will hear, is that the
Yeah.
policy
It
saying
says
we will accept
consider
them?
them.
Or just consider them?
It says
Okay.
consider.
Consider, yeah.
Okay, it says to
Or
accept.
you will accept the application.
Accept- Okay,
that's
that's
like kinda
also what I'm
consider-
trying to, yes, what
You'll
I'm trying to
accept
make
the
sure. It's not we
application.
are
You don't have to approve it.
approving it.
You
It
can
is-
deny it, obviously,
Okay.
but you'll at least consider home ownership,
Yes.
because I think that's been the broad point that people have wanted.
Okay, so I mean, it kind of sounds like we are, the question here that we need to decide is, you know, are we trusting ourselves enough to have the conversation about
Right.
the applications that come in?
Yep.
Or are we saying we don't trust this council to have that conversation and any future councils to have that conversation, and so we are going to limit the power there?
Actually, that's I think, an excellent way to frame it.
Okay.
I think that is, yeah.
Okay, and so, anyway, I guess that's the end of my thoughts right now.
Gene?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, this doesn't stop, this hasn't stopped apartments, okay? This stops 40B apartments. I mean, we continued to build apartments, we're building them right over there. And I'm sure more will come along. But the difference with the 40B process, as we've seen it, and it's not a great process, it's a horrible process, okay, is that it takes all the town boards out of it. It puts all the power into like the hands of the 3 people in the ZBA to make all the decisions. So you get, conservation, they can't basically uphold the town bylaws, right, for conservation, because they have to just stick with what the state laws are. Even when they ask for them, they don't get them necessarily approved. The waivers they didn't want granted were still granted. Because the powers in the ZBA feels like they have to hand out all of the requests that the developer gives. And whether that's the right way that the friendly 40B process should work or not, that's the way it worked.
Right.
Okay, it worked kind of like a regular 40B. Yeah. So, yeah, we've heard from the people on this, okay? We've heard, plenty, a lot of us. Some of us got elected probably for that reason. So, I don't want to be wishy-washy about this. I want to just vote for this, get it done, and get the policy in. That's, okay.
Chad?
This is an emotional and contentious issue that has literally destroyed our community over the last 2 years. It has put neighbor against neighbor, it has put friend against friend, it has put politician
That's for
against
sure.
politician, it has put very good, hardworking people that gave years of their lives on this council out to make room for new ideas, which is perfectly fine, but that's what happened. So we need to listen and say, okay, what's the balancing act? This policy does not mean that we are against people that need an apartment. That is not at all what this says. There are many, and with what Jamie just alluded to, with 800 units coming on, our SHI from last year's presentation, I remember the numbers were anywhere from 16 to 20% once those places actually got built. Right, once those units are actually finished and people are in them. Right, that's a pretty large number. I realize that there's funding and there's always extenuating circumstances, right? But that's a pretty large number. That's a larger number than just about any town I can think of, anywhere in Massachusetts, a town, right? So I don't think it's fair to say that if you vote in support of this, that you're against people that need a rental, because that's just not true. I think there is a nice variety of housing options in Franklin, perhaps with the exception of enough affordable housing for seniors and veterans, right? We know that that wait list is gigantic. We know that funding those projects is really hard. We know Franklin Ridge has taken 10 years to get built. We're glad that that's finally happening. I'd love to be able to see us do more. Developers right now do not want to build the 40B single-family deeded houses that we want because there isn't enough profitability in them.
Exactly.
That is the issue, right? It is much more profitable for a developer to put up a 300-unit apartment building than to build 10 small entry-level houses for a family to really give them the leg up. Bobby and I have been talking about this now for years, that is truly, if we really want to make a difference, we really want to help the people that want to call Franklin home, then let's make that commitment. Let's find a way to incentivize developers to take the little land we have left and do some more 40B deed-restricted homes so that all these people who can't afford the $1 million colonials have a place to build at least a small amount of equity and get into Franklin. That doesn't mean you eliminate condos as an option. That doesn't mean you eliminate affordable housing or even low-income housing or senior housing. We still have all those options. But this issue, as Councilor Grella alluded to, this friendly 40B policy that's torn the community apart needs a pause. It needs a council that's going to be brave enough to say, we hear you, we want to put a pause on this for now. Maybe it gets revisited in a year, maybe it gets revisited in a couple years. That doesn't mean that future councils have their hands tied. These can always be reviewed again and voted on again. But it sends a clear message to the public right now that the large-scale apartment complexes through the 40B process are done. And that's all the staff is trying to do. I know I've had many conversations with Jamie about this, right? We have, right? And that has one, and he tried giving us that layup in July, and we couldn't figure it out. We screamed and hollered at each other till 1 o'clock in the morning, and
I had to call in sick.
and then we did it, and then we did it again 2 weeks later, and we still couldn't come to a consensus, right? We were like, my God, like we can't even agree on this. So I think it's time, I really do. I think it's time for us to just be able to say, we hear you. We're moving forward with all of the other projects that are already approved. There's, as much as the community would like us to be able to say, stop it. Those projects have been approved. Those projects are moving forward. They're happening. At some point, we have to be the leaders here and help the community heal. And we can't do that without giving staff the ability to have a policy that they can enforce and show people, well, this is what we want for right now. So I am in support of it as written. Let's move forward. We have a lot of work to do this winter and spring, and we need to be able to let the community heal a little bit. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Put on the line, anybody else? Mike?
Go Max first.
Max?
Yes, I'd like to reiterate what was said earlier about the policy being a pause while we cool off and take the time to figure out the best way to move forward. I want to note that some of the counselors on both sides of the 40B issue would like a more comprehensive policy in place compared to what we are adopting. On one hand, you have counselors like myself who want to see other criteria included for evaluation in the friendly 40B process, like affordability. Others want a more clear and transparent process for how friendly 40Bs work their way through the system. I propose we revisit this issue by the end of next January. However, I'm worried that as a council, we won't have any incentive to actually follow through on actually doing that. So I'm proposing an amendment to ensure follow-through. I'm proposing this resolution should have to be renewed by January 31st, 2027 by making the following motion. I move to amend Resolution 26-01, Exhibit 1, by inserting the following sentence after the final paragraph. This policy and the preceding administrative policy shall end on January 31st, 2027.
Second that amendment.
You second that amendment. Okay, we got a second. So a yes would do that?
A yes
Or
would.
discussion?
would-
Discussion.
Would
Discussion,
adopt the
yeah.
amendment.
I'm just getting it straight, though. A
Yeah.
yes would amend it, yeah. Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you. This policy would end on January, that's not what I heard.
That's not how you worded it.
January
This policy would
31st,
end.
No, but
2027.
please read the
Yes.
the
Can
sentence.
you read it again, Matt?
This policy and the preceding administrative policy shall end on January 31st, 2027. So it applies both to this policy and the one currently in effect. And so it will give us a chance to renew it in a year.
Well, it doesn't give, pardon me, it doesn't give us a chance to renew it. It says it's going to end.
Well, unless we put something else in place until, over that.
Okay, it's hard to wordsmith these things. Like,
It's okay, that's why we do this. So,
okay. But I don't like, will end in a year. Will be reevaluated in a year. Will be reconsidered. Will be something. It just hit me as soon as you read that, like this is only a thing for a year, and people will say, we didn't do anything, we just punted for a year without some.
If there's no objection, I'm open to changing it to voted on. This should be voted on again.
Or unless, it will end unless extended prior to that.
Right. If there's no objection, I don't mind changing it to that.
You have to go back and redo it just because you had a second.
You
So
have
you're gonna have to
to.
withdraw that amendment and rephrase your amendment.
Yeah, if there's, this policy and the preceding,
By the,
You
sorry,
have to-
through you,
Withdraw your
you
first
don't,
one.
just, sorry to interrupt, but you don't need to deal with the town policy. The town policy will be superseded by a town council policy. That was the whole idea last summer. So if the town council has a policy, that sets it out, our policy is dead.
so
Staff policy. I just want, the administrative policy doesn't need to be a part of the motion.
Matt?
is renewed okay? The word renewed?
Councilor Marangella, would you accept language that could say this policy is subject to annual review?
Oh, I like that. By the,
If there's no objection,
Just asking,
then
because
that's
it's your
fine, yeah.
motion.
No, it's everyone's motion. If there's no objection, it's fine.
Come together.
Annual,
This policy shall be subject to annual review by the town council.
Annual review or annual renewal?
Not renewal, review.
Annual review and/or renewal?
No,
No?
one or the other.
Annual review, annual review?
Review.
I would object to renew, I would support, I would only support renewal or.
Review.
No.
Review.
This
Review.
this policy shall be subject to annual
But I want to be
review.
clear that it's going to be voted on.
Yep,
Well,
by,
review is not voted on.
Yeah, so
No.
then I don't support that.
So,
Oh.
can I say something?
all right, let's settle down, all right. Go ahead, Jane,
I
let's go.
think if we do I'm not saying what I want to say, I'm going to say something on the motion
Right.
that we're talking about. If we do through the chair to Max, if we put it in as a review, okay? we will come to an agenda, we will review that, and if we feel that we need to change it, we can then do an amendment to change it. If you're saying only to do a renewal, then that means if anything happens and we can't get there by that date, it ends. It's better to put it as a review, let us talk about it, look at the SHAS, whatever the letters are, I'm tired. And if we look like we're dipping low and we have to make changes, we can amend this to fit what we need it to fit at the time.
So I only support a vote on it at the time. I support renewal, I do not support review.
So Max,
So the original motion was on the floor.
can you?
The original motion.
This policy shall be subject to annual renewal by the, is that what you're proposing?
Yes.
Yes.
By the Franklin Town Council. That's what we would vote on right now.
Yes.
So he made an amendment on, if you agreed on renewal, somebody has
Yeah.
to second it, and you can have a discussion on
Okay.
renewal.
Well, we
Is
can
somebody
have a
second?
discussion,
Yeah,
but
okay,
we're gonna
somebody
vote.
hasn't seconded renewal yet. though.
You said, Mike.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I'll second that, read that language change to renewal.
Okay, this policy, so just so everyone's clear,
Yeah.
it's the entire thing as is with the addition at the end, this policy shall be subject to annual renewal by the Franklin Town Council, and it's been seconded.
Okay.
Okay, now there's no more discussion then.
There's no more, Mike?
Yeah, just as it relates to what Councilor Marangelo is trying to do here, and I agree with him, is that, I'll speak in general, I agree with what we're trying to do here.
Right.
I do think that the thing that failed about the process at 444 East Central Street was the process. It wasn't a friendly 40B, it became a unfriendly 40B. And it started out with, the council had these stipulations, and I don't think it involved the abutters in the first place. So where I'm going with this is, this does put a proverbial, it forces us in the next year to define what that process is for a large-scale project. Because I'm not gonna say, one of the ways we're gonna get out of our fiscal crisis is, you're not gonna get through cutting. There's only so much more we can cut. We need to raise funds in this town. And the only way to raise funds is to build, and I'm not talking about building 40-story buildings. If you do the math, we need to build $250 million worth of property in this town in the next 5 years to build the tax revenue to pay for everything. So we do need growth. Does that growth have to be a 400 apartment building? Maybe if it sits in someplace else, but not in the middle of the 444 East Central Street. So I am for this amendment, particularly because it then forces us over the next year to come up with a policy, to come up with a process, all of that stuff, so that in a year, we can open it up a little bit, but it will now be a very well-defined process. And that, again, to everyone else's point, it may come in front of us, we still don't have to accept it, but at least now we have a process. And that's why I like what Councilor Marangelo, it's putting a proverbial whatever to our head to get it done. And that's the reason why I'm supporting this.
Okay. I mean, there's not much land left anyway. I don't know where the hell it built.
Until somebody sells, like, their nursery, like.
Well,
Yeah, there's nothing left. There's nothing left. Where is it?
well, that wasn't.
Where is it? I mean, yeah, my cousins are selling their property, they're 22 house lots,
what is that?
but off of King Street, but they won't sell it if they're gonna put apartments there. They'll leave it. You know.
That's your cousins, but
Yeah.
there's somebody else who might be willing to sell. That's the trick. We don't know what might come up.
I
Right
don't-
now, there's no free land, but there is land that people own, and people age
Where?
and retire, and
Where?
these things happen.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna tell you where, I don't.
There is
I'm just saying, we're trying to
Theoretically,
avoid
yeah,
that.
there's-
Excuse me.
Yeah,
Are we just voting right now on the amendment?
We would vote
not
on the amendment.
actual-
not the actual.
Okay.
Just the amendment.
But if we vote the amendment in, then the
Then we have
next
to
vote
move.
will include it.
We'll include the
Okay.
amendment. So, All right, so we're gonna vote on the amendment right now. You wanna do a roll call? Roll call?
Sure.
All right, do a roll call.
Give me a second. Counselor Ojukwu.
Yes.
Counselor Morangello.
Yes.
Counselor Callaway Tripp.
No.
Counselor LeBlanc.
Yes.
Counselor Malloy.
No.
Counselor Grella.
No.
Counselor Griffith.
Yes.
Myself is a yes. Counselor DeLarco.
No. Motion
1,
passed.
2, 3, 4. 4 noes, 5 yeses, sir. For the amendment.
All right, so somebody has to move.
Now you're back to discussion of
On
the
the-
motion as amended, or the resolution as amended. You can have further discussion or go to a vote, whatever your choice is.
Oh, I think we beat this up pretty good. Go ahead, Jane.
The only two quick things I wanted to mention, just for the record, and these are just technical, you don't need to do a formal amendment here, is I'm gonna update in any final vote, if you approve it, I'm just gonna update that the percentage in here is 11.05, and I'm also just gonna modify the agency name, because the agency name changed, the state changed it to EOHLC. I just want the record to reflect that, so all of you are aware of that, and that if you do vote tonight on this, I'll just date it, tonight's date, and those two changes will be added to the amendment that was there. Just wanted to say that for the record, for the minutes and everything.
All right, so is there any more further discussion?
On the amendment or the actual
The-
thing?
the
resolution.
The original one?
Yeah.
No, yes, because I still haven't talked yet.
As amended, because the amendment passed.
Yes,
So-
but the amendment is specifically about the renewal. I'm actually speaking about the body, so two different
Okay,
entities.
all right, go ahead.
I obviously support this, and I want to say why. To Councilor Griffith and Ohuju, and I know I just screwed up your name, so I am so sorry. We're gonna be able to accept the applications for these homes, just not the big apartments. You guys had referenced, but what if something drops, we go below 10%? The reality of it is, if we go below 10%, it wouldn't matter if it's a friendly 40B or not. Because if they came in and we denied them and we were below 10%, they go to the state and
They
the
get it
state
done.
says, guess what? You're taking it anyway. It's out of our hands if we're below 10%.
Right.
It doesn't matter. What this is doing is, and like to your point of whether we trust each other to make the right decision, it's not about whether we trust each other. It's about if they trust us. The trust is lost between the residents and this table. This is what they want, this is what's been said, this is what we promised, this is what we fought for. To not pass this now would now be a slap in everybody's face saying, you didn't do what you said you were gonna do. So for me, this is going to be passed as far as my vote goes. I'm hoping everybody joins me. But I would rather see even 20-unit threshold apartment buildings for single family. I didn't grow up, sorry, I lied. I had a place where there was a few apartments and they were people living there, and you had the older people and stuff just like you, and it was great. That is so far better than these buildings. These buildings are just horrific. And that's what we don't want. And if there's any way to prevent that, then we need to take the stand. We don't have a lot more land left. We're not going to build those kind of infrastructures much more anyway, because there's little less unless somebody sells their home and has, acres of land, and if a developer wants to then build on it. But at the point is, with all these things going up, we're going to be so far above, we have breathing room. So let's just breathe. Let the residents breathe and know that this isn't gonna be something they have to think about, because it's projects that some of them don't even know are happening until they start getting billed. And go on Facebook, what's happening here? Yeah, that was passed 2 years ago.
Yeah.
They didn't know it, but now they're seeing it. So I do think this is good, and I think that we should do this because if we do want residents to trust this body and heal this town, we have to stand with what we said we were gonna stand for and not step back away from what we made promises to. And that's all I have to say.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Sorry, super fast. I actually want to say, I completely agree with you, Councilor Callaway-Tripp. And so actually, I agree when I was talking about the trust of, what, do we trust us to make the right decision? I think I finished speaking and then came to the conclusion myself. It's not about who we trust. It is about who the town trusts. At the same time, the issue of whether we fall below 40%, or 10%, I'm sorry, 10% for the friendly 40B, that's actually exactly the point. The idea was we don't want to. We want to be able to accept things so that we do not fall below the 10%, which would then force our hands to have these things. That was the point I was trying to make, was that we don't want to, throw out our ability to accept some of these things that would be ideal and then be stuck with the things we hate. But with the amendment that forces a renewal every year, I think that puts us in a really good position where we can say, okay, what happened in the last year? What is our percentage of SHI? What do we think is going to happen in the market? What's going on? And do we need to amend this policy now so that we can, possibly head off any chance of us falling below that 10% and then getting stuck with some abomination? So I actually think that this amended policy solves all of the problems that, both sides of the conversation had here. And I think at this point, it's probably the best we're gonna get. And I'm actually really pleased with it. So I'm just kind of wrapping up my thoughts since I started with something very different.
And it's hard for me because I don't rent. I only rented 1 year. I was 21, built my own house. Yeah,
If I could just add that it also, well, to Councilor LeBlanc's comment or point, it actually also allows us the ability to step back and fix the frickin' process, which is one of the things that really needs to happen. People talk about where they go. I grew up as a family of 7 in a 2-bedroom apartment in a place that looked like that, and then we ultimately got to a place that was deeded, and now
right.
Like we've had those types of opportunities. I want to make sure that we continue to have those.
Right.
We just don't need to be inundated with it, and we need a better process. And I think from all of us around, that's what we were asking for. That's what we were pushing for. That's what we were selling to the community, and I think it's what they want. And this policy, as amended, I think forces us and allows us to do that.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, this is just to clarify. I know you're tired, and you're getting cranky, I'm sorry. Jamie, I just have...
We're looking at 9 o'clock curve.
No, 9 o'clock. When you go, 9 o'clock.
Yeah, we're talking on Friday.
Jamie, there were some concerns raised about if projects that are approved don't get funded, which could jeopardize our number. I would assume that you would get wind of a project not moving forward.
Yeah.
Correct? Right?
Within reason.
I mean, like, for some reason, St. John's Church can't get their financing together, and all of a sudden the project's not happening. You would get wind of that.
Yeah.
Or if Grove Street,
Grove Street would be the more
for some reason or another, didn't end up putting shovel in the ground, the developers changed their mind, the economy switched, whatever. My point is, you would have that information, and you would be able to share that with us and say, guys, we've got some challenging projects that have now lost their funding, puts our number in jeopardy. We may need to revisit this policy so that we're not in jeopardy. Right? I mean, I trust you as our town administrator and your staff to be able to share that information with us so that we don't put ourselves in jeopardy, correct?
Correct, and you guys will hear rumors too, right? Everybody, it'll get out there. It'll absolutely get out there.
I'm
no question.
trying to throw you a bone here. You know,
I just don't want it to be all about
does,
me.
there
'Cause
does.
if I don't find out and I don't tell you, why
No.
didn't you know?
But there
How
does,
come you didn't tell us?
but there does have to be a
It always
certain.
comes back to me.
Okay, this was the point for you to
Thanks.
stop talking. Okay. Because I'm, again, trying to throw you a bone here, right? We have to trust you as the paid leader of the town,
Yes.
right? I mean, there does inevitably come that
It does.
in this entire mechanism. So that's my point.
Absolutely.
All right, cranky pants, you
All
got
right.
it? All right, fine.
Go ahead, Mike. We're here. We might as well stay.
It's just, I just want to wordsmith something, just make sure it's, in the first sentence of that fourth paragraph, it said 40B applications that provide for home ownership and not rentals. But then again, the sentence after it says, we'll do, as long as it's not a large-scale rental. So, and then further down in that sentence, it says, if you do a small-scale rental under 20 units. So I'm just concerned about that. I know it's a policy, it's not.
I understand that. The reason why the 20 was there, because that's what's allowed under bylaw.
Correct,
So
but
I
I
had to
wonder
like
if we
say
need to
something
change-
about that somebody can avoid all of this and just go to the planning board, right?
I just wonder if we need to change the language that first said, home ownership and not large-scale rentals.
It's all,
And, well, let's just do what he wants. What's that? What do you say? Mike?
Does that first sentence have to say, until further notice, the town policy will be accept friendly 40B applications that provide for home ownership and not large-scale rentals?
Yeah.
Because you define what a large-scale rental is, it's anything over 20.
Yep.
So I just think that sentence is a little, like, you could read that thing and go, oh, I'm not
Does
getting
anybody
no
object
rentals,
to
but-
those two words?
Do we have to?
I think that's a Scribner's error.
Do we
more than
have to
anything else.
do
So I'd have
another
to amend it.
amendment to fix it, though?
If you want to.
You can do anything without objection.
So Counselor Blank, are you recommending an amendment
Yes.
to paragraph 4?
Yeah, to paragraph 4, that first sentence that says home ownership and not
Large-scale
large-scale
rentals.
rentals.
So that has to be voted on.
That's all, to
Second.
be
You
consistent.
second it?
Seconded,
Yeah.
All in, discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed.
You
All
were
right, now
awful
we're
quick
back,
with that gavel.
now we're back to resolution 26-1
Okay.
as amended again.
As amended twice.
Twice. Yeah.
Are we ready for roll call
Any
vote?
discussion, roll call vote?
This was the best meeting ever. Okay, we're going to do a roll call, everybody. Counselor Ojukwu?
Aye.
Counselor Morangello?
Aye.
Counselor Callaway Tripp?
Yes.
Counselor LeBlanc?
Yes.
Counselor Malloy?
Yes.
Counselor Grella?
Yes.
Counselor Griffith?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Counselor DeLorco?
Yes.
9-0, sir.
Broke the hammer.
Just took 6 months to get there.
Motion to adjourn. So,
I don't
do you wanna go?
No, we can keep going. I've just been stuck in that water.
Yeah, me too. I get you.
You want to take a bio break?
Bio break, I guess, because they.
We can do
have-
a recess for 5 minutes.
Yeah, recess for a couple minutes.
Hit the,
New business.
Minister of England type style Q&A.
We're good, right?
We're back on the air.
Back on the
Recording
air.
in progress.
Town administrator report.
All right, so through you, Mr. Chairman, the pizza's back. I have a bunch of updates. Obviously, there's a personnel update on here. I'm gonna go through a bunch of things. Number one, we did secure a fellow from UMass Lowell that will make Max and Mr. Minichelli happy. Sustainability fellow for 6 months. So there's two see, I didn't, thanks, Mark. After the grilling in the beginning, you're gonna be a good at the end. There's two big pieces with that. We're gonna actually have the fellow do a comprehensive report, essentially documenting what we do. Like, all of our schools are compost and virtually methane free, right? Like, there's so much we've done, and we just haven't packaged it together. And then the second issue we're gonna ask them to do is some cost benefit on electric vehicles in terms of our fleet, given where gas prices are at and some other stuff. So that's gonna be a couple projects there. I do wanna thank Kevin again for an amazing job tonight. A couple updates. That I said earlier, the Deputy Director of Facilities, there's an offer out there. We have not had a Deputy Director in over a year and a half now, so bandwidth has been an issue. So it's gonna be great to get that individual on board, and hopefully we'll have an announcement in February. We also have an offer out for the plumber, and so hopefully that individual will be on board within the next month or two as well. Both obviously are gonna go through 18-month learning curves. But at least we'll be able to fill those slots. The electrician position will be interviewed within the next month or so, so hopefully by about March-ish, we should have that position filled as well. I do want to send out a note, some retirees. We are going to have one recognition at the next meeting. I do want to have a shout out to DPW employee Scotty Smith, was an employee with us for 32 years. Unfortunately, he suffered a work-related injury, and he's unable to come back, which is very unfortunate. But Scotty's been one of our most dedicated guys for well over 3 decades. I'm sure, Bobby, you know him well. Some other folks that live in town may know Scotty. We're going to try to bring him in at the next meeting and try to give him an award. Also want to give a shout out to Dave Gregoire, our incredible electrician who retired. Best wishes to him and his wife and family. And Mike Carter was mentioned earlier, just under 30 years as our plumber. And his wife Beth was our lead custodian, head custodian at the high school. Many people may know Beth from up during a lot of the basketball games and a lot of the events. Want to wish Mike and Beth. We're jealous, Mike and Beth. I'm jealous. Both of them are retiring, and congratulations to them. Another quick update is for the Conservation Department. False alarm, Bricolai Goodlander, who's on Zoom still. Bricolai, we love you, thank you. She is actually not leaving. So Bricolai is going to be transitioning from a full-time employee to part-time. And within the budget, we are going to hire her a part-time admin. So it's going to be 2 part-time employees, but we're very grateful for her to stay. Speaking, yes, thank you, Mark.
That's good.
She's taken on a tremendous amount of responsibility with open space planning and a lot of other stuff, and talking about institutional knowledge. Not having to train another conservation director was a huge win for me too, because it takes a couple of years to get to know the town, and she's done an absolutely amazing job. Also, a senior center update. We had, it's taken a few months to get there, but we did have a resignation on one of the staff members a while ago, and working with the staff down there. And I just want to use these both examples as things that we do all the time as part of what we do. When someone resigns, someone retires, or someone leaves, we don't just usually just go do the same thing. We always evaluate whether there's some way we can amend that job, we can make some sort of reform, change the composition of the department, and we always try to do a review because we think that at that time, when that incident happens, well, what are we looking out into the future? We don't just go back and just do the same old thing. And you guys will all get used to this as you learn about the budget and a lot of our staffing decisions that happen when these situations arise. So the great news is that due to the resignation, we've split those responsibilities of that position out into 3 other positions there. We upped those job responsibilities for 3 other employees that work at the senior center. As a result, They feel empowered and more emboldened to stay and commit themselves to the senior center. They were also able to take on a little bit more pay, which is really good for them as well. So these are really good things to build a lot of that institutional knowledge, a lot of that empowerment in our employees, a lot of that responsibility, career ladders. And as a result, we were also, and I can't believe she's still here, but we actually were able to also bring back the LPN and the part-time nurse that was laid off during the override cut. So we're very happy to have Trish back. So we're very happy to have Trish back. It's a couple hours fewer than what she had before, but as you can see on her face, she is thrilled. And we're thrilled to have her back. So if you go back to the override, just 6-7 months ago, we were able to find a way to bring the paramedics back. We were able to find a way to bring the senior center nurse back. We've been trying to fix some of the other issues. Obviously, we were able to keep Rika Lai employed here as well. And then lastly is my office. And I know that there was a conversation in December, and you wanted to revisit it. If you all want to talk about it right now, feel free. We did post the positions. We're going to be interviewing for the part-time admin. We did post, because when we had the discussion at first, the posting on the communications and the posting was still out there. So I didn't know where this was going to end up. We did get a great slate of candidates. If you guys are okay with it, Julie is sick this week. Unfortunately, I hope she feels better. I'm literally alone. This has just seriously got to end. I need some people, so I got to really hire this communications person. And I think as Councilor Gorella had mentioned before, the newsletter, communications is an issue. We have a newsletter. We've actually done one for years. And we haven't had one in 3 months and 4 months because Amy, the deputy, was doing a lot of that work, and since she's been gone. So if you guys are comfortable with it, we've got some great candidates. We'd like to get moving. I really need some help. So if you guys are okay with that, we should be able to have the communications director on probably within the next 6 weeks, probably within the next 4 weeks. So I know many of you have talked about communications, maybe liaisons and some other things. There's a lot of great stuff that's happening every day, and I don't feel like we properly get a chance to talk about it. And we had a good rhythm with our newsletter going, and I think that that's really dropped off. And I think as we get going here with the budget and all of these other decisions y'all are going to have to make, we have infrastructure at the next presentation in January. You're going to have budget and capital budgets, to the point earlier about what are the capital items that you saw on the screen. Well, the capital budget's going to be at the Finance Committee on January 14th. It's going to come before you guys for round 1 in February. At some point, I kind of need some support here. So if you guys are comfortable with it, if you're not, you got to kind of let me know now because we're really in hard shape, guys.
You are in tough shape.
Like, this is getting a little ridiculous.
You guys want to kind of weigh in on that?
I have no problem proceeding. I think he needs it.
Same, everybody?
I think it'll help all of us,
I've been in
actually.
your office recently with computer issues because it doesn't like me, so I've been seeing what she's been going through.
Yeah.
And it's very sad up there.
Thank you.
So, no, it's sad. I don't think she meant
Mark and I are very friendly, No, just kidding.
Not speaking about you, but if she's not out, there's literally nobody in there.
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
And that's the issue.
Right.
Your door's always closed, so I don't even see you.
Are you serious? They usually tell me to close my door.
That's just when
Must
she's
be when you show up, Jane. I don't know. Maybe the
So Jamie, I guess,
Yeah, no,
I
it's
guess
okay.
you got a straw poll.
I appreciate it very much, and I do think this is a position anyways that many of you have heard, and, we do need to bolster this issue. I mean, we do need to communicate a lot of the stuff that's happening at these meetings. Nobody's coming to them. So we need new strategies. Well, come on, guys, please. It's nice that you guys are here, but there's 34,000 people. So we got to find some strategies on how to reach out to people
Been
that are
saying that for a
not.
long time.
Facebook.
Yeah.
Facebook,
Yeah, well,
that don't work either.
Franklin Facebook page, get it out
we
there.
probably
That's
will,
what it is.
but we're gonna not have comments.
No comments allowed.
No comments.
Shut off the comments.
It's really about the
Perfect.
comments.
Perfect.
Yeah. The best practices I've heard from most cities and towns is if you have that, no comments. shut off all the
We just
comments
put the
everywhere, because
information
comments
out.
are really where I think things start to go.
But the
deteriorate,
comments
yeah.
aren't even where they need to be. It's
I
just
know.
a place where everybody
I-
can get all the information. If they have comments, trust me, they know where you are.
Yeah, okay.
They'll email you.
Are you sure that?
Think that's been proven. Yep.
That's why the door is closed. Sorry.
Jamie, I think it's a great idea. I think you should definitely move forward with this. But also, have you, I think maybe at least for a little bit, were you getting someone, a senior through the tax work-off program helping you out as well?
Yeah, Kathy's been unbelievable. She's definitely been a lifesaver. Like this week, she did everything while Julie's been ill. But that dries up, at some point.
No,
Actually, but I think she's been a great bridge, and we're gonna try to see if Kathy will come back on a more, routine basis. But that part-time admin position will generally fill like a lot of the stuff that she's been helping out with us. So she's been fantastic, yeah.
Good. I wanted to know, because I had spoken to someone, I think in like beginning of November, or no, well, must have been, it was after the election, some
Yeah.
mid-November, and then that was a possibility they had floated, and then last I heard that had worked out, which I
Kathy's
thought
been
was,
fantastic.
which is an excellent opportunity to kind of kill two birds with one stone there.
Absolutely, and she's picked stuff up very quickly, and we want to have her continue to come back if she's interested in having a good time. So,
Excellent.
but I appreciate the support, and I think at some point when the person's hired, we'll try to find a way to work with a smaller group of you guys to figure out what your input is on what that person should focus on. So I appreciate it very much. So other than that, that's my update. So we've got a lot of great personnel stuff happening, and we're certainly excited to have the fellow come on for the sustainability issues. So thank you guys and everybody for all your continued advocacy.
So Jamie, the fellow doesn't cost us anything?
Nope. Free.
You left that part out.
Yeah, so that's even better. Even better.
It's a really good thing to tell people.
A few things just get, no, it is a good thing. It is free. So it's for 6 months, so it'll be really good.
Freeze for me.
Fantastic.
Freeze.
Get 7 of them. Yeah.
We might. This is how you build relationships. We might.
All right, so we had subcommittee, the only one was the police station. I can give you a little bit of update that the committee did vote for the Palmenter School, but it's not just the police station too, so it's the police station plus another Little League field they're gonna add on to it, plus they're gonna do the Palmenter over, and they're gonna put a field house on the Palmenter for recreation, and they're gonna put outdoor basketball courts and pickleball courts. So it's not just the police station. And we still have 5 acres that we can work with. So that's where the committee is now, and I think, well, in the future agenda item, I'm gonna suggest that the committee comes in and talks to us so that we can move forward with what we need to. So that's the only subcommittee member, so we gotta go to future agenda items. Council Malloy?
Well, I'm going to practice because it's, 15 minutes before 10?
Yeah.
So just looking here, if we're going to shoot for a 10 o'clock end time in our meetings, I'll combine comments on future agenda items as quickly as I can, if that's all right. Just to follow up on tonight, I think we need to find a way to facilitate some of the capital expenditure decisions that we need to make, prioritize what kind of has to happen first, second, third. Especially about potentially empty sites and how fast we can make those decisions. It sounds like even once we make a decision, even on Davis Thayer, it could be a long time before anything is executed. So I feel like some of them may be fairly simple decisions, with all due respect to the work that's gone on. Anything we can do to kind of facilitate that as a future agenda item. And I'll just hold it at that for tonight.
Councilor Juco?
In the same vein, trying to combine the two just to keep us moving. I actually don't have anything to add because, your agenda items are the same and we're in line with mine, but I know we've got some budgeting stuff coming up, so, so, nothing.
All right, well,
Counselor Griffin?
I'm sorry, I have a couple. But I will combine, so you'll hear from me once. Okay, so first, we just heard about, the police station subcommittee, but I don't think we've heard about any other subcommittees yet, like assembling them. And I think we asked about it on December 3rd. Those are the minutes we just approved, and I double checked. So at that point, we said they were coming soon. So.
Hey, now that we're getting some help in Jamie's office, now we can start
Awesome,
getting it.
okay, good. Okay, and then, let's see, I wanted to just take a moment to recognize Stephen Laporta, the police officer from Uxbridge, who, tragically was lost in an accident, while he was working yesterday. And I just wanted to, say that my thoughts, all of our, I'm sure, thoughts and prayers are with the Uxbridge Police and also with the Franklin Police Department and all of our other local police departments, because I know that they all have that fraternity there. And just to, also recognize that our public servants are, it is a dangerous job, and they are, taking on risks to take care of us. And so I just wanted to recognize Officer Laporta and also our own police department. And then I wanted to also talk about police. I thought maybe we could, I thought I would put in a plug for maybe having the police run radar by the schools during pickup and drop-off times. I've seen a lot of conversations recently about how terrible, especially by Lincoln Street and
Lincoln
Washington
Street's
Street,
bad.
especially Lincoln Street. I mean, with the water main breakage yesterday, we had to go pick up our kids because the bus couldn't get to us. And, we've been riding the bus. We didn't realize how terrible it was until now. But we are hearing it from a lot of people. And so even if it's not a police detail, but just being there and catching people who are driving on the wrong side of the road, where, I think there's a really high chance that kids are going to get hit by cars. And so I think that seeing police officers pull people over who are speeding or going around on the wrong side of the road would deter that. I also I saw that in October we did the Operation Magic School Bus, where our police officers each took a school bus and followed them to catch drivers who were going around the school buses when they had the lights. And I think that's still a huge problem that we're seeing, and I see that every day, and I know other people do, where people are just blowing past, and our kids are, at risk by that. And so I would like to see that happen more frequently, not just once a year, but more frequently by the police if possible.
Have to pay it on detail, though.
We got to figure it out.
We got to figure it out. But yeah, I do think that's important, but also another reason that we need an override to keep our kids safe. All right, and then the last thing, Brutus had mentioned the parking ban on the streets. And I had someone else reach out to me a week or so ago and suggest the same thing, that maybe we should be raising the fees or something on that, because I think right now the fees, if you're given the ticket, are pretty low, but it leads to a lot of other problems.
What is the fee, $50?
Someone told me it was 25, and so I could be wrong.
I think we went up, didn't we go up on that, Jamie?
Speeding? Or?
No,
No, the parking downtown during a
in a
snowstorm.
snow event. Sorry, we're all saying.
Yeah,
I thought it was
we
progressive.
increased a few violations, but
Yeah.
I don't know if it was the overnight parking ban. Honestly,
It's just a notice.
until I heard it from Brutus this last
Yeah,
few weeks, we really haven't had a problem with that in a long time. I think it was just this, might be the first storm, I don't know.
It's
but-
usually the first storm, and then.
Yeah, the parking fees, we tried.
Yeah.
There was a lot of blowback. Enforcement becomes it sounds easy, but it's actually harder than one thinks. And I think you guys both remember the debate around all that, right? I mean, it's tough, but I will say, to the fees point, if there are suggestions, and you look through our town code, it's chapter 82, we'll be doing a fees update at some point over the course of the winter. The ambulance, the fire department comes in for an annual review with their ALS and BLS rates. I got my budget meetings are going on right now, so the department heads are coming and saying, oh, we need to tweak the passport photo fee by $2. Like, there's some other fees, so we can certainly have the chief editorialize on that. We can certainly look at any of those fines that are in the bylaw, and it's not a heavy lift, because we'll be looking at this in a couple months anyway, so.
Okay.
According to Google, it's 25 for the first offense,
Yeah.
50 for the second.
Yeah, it was progressive, that's how it was
Progressive,
changed.
that's what we
Okay,
changed.
so yeah, so that's,
We
and that's what I
changed
was,
that. I knew
that's
we
what I was told.
changed something on it, and I wasn't sure
Well, we did the
what it
handicap
was.
parking one, there was like 5 or 6,
Yeah.
there was a half a dozen of them.
It got progressive, that's
It got
what we did.
progressive.
It just seems that if, if people are ignoring, they're happy to ignore a $25 fee, that then leads to more expenses on the town because we either can't plow or can't salt there, or
Yeah.
they have to come back, or, whatever it is. It seems like that would be a way to deter if them from, saying, okay, I can swallow a $25 fee. Okay, well, maybe it's a $50 fee, and I don't
Yeah.
want to swallow that one. I'll go move my car, and that lessens the burden on
Yeah.
DPW and hopefully reduces that cost.
Yeah. Towing
And-
usually works.
That's the only thing.
All right, well.
that really-
Big fee.
I think we've
yeah,
all
that
probably
would-
had
that would be
a
a big
street
fee.
parking tow at one point in our lives,
I've done, yeah.
It
I've
sends a
been there.
message.
The problem is up by Dean Avenue, those kids, the Dean College kids, they just park there.
I mean, when I got my car towed, I was in college, and that was painful. I didn't do it again.
Right.
One time. But yeah, that's all I have.
Okay, Council LeBlanc,
No new agenda items.
council comment? We're gonna talk
Just
about
I guess the only comment would just pick on what Councilor Griffith said. I was gonna comment about the overnight parking, and maybe when we get communications, we can send stuffing out,
Yeah,
text
that's right.
messages, those kind of things.
That's right.
Jack the fee up for the first time, blah, 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 but I did see that. Brutus mentioned it when he was here, and an email, so
That's a good point, Mike.
that's it. Thank you.
Max?
Yes, I'll combine things as well, make it easier for folks. First, I'd like to thank sort of all the people who were the first responders for the big power outage we had, as well as the snowstorms. The rank and file DPW who've been, plowing the streets late at night. I just wanted to thank them for their service, and Fire Chief for giving us updates as well. I wanted to, in terms of future agenda items, the first one, I just want to clarify, are we still going to do goals for the upcoming
We need to.
2 years?
Yep, so goals, my evaluate, there's a whole bunch of stuff, and I'm talking to the chair about how to schedule all that stuff, so I would say that all of that, just because I have the list in front of me, gonna be doing infrastructure at the next meeting, and a few other things, and then you're gonna be into goals, budgets, strategic planning, and then DESI did confirm for a Chapter 70 presentation in mid-March. So you'll do get excited about that one. Bring your coffee. So you're gonna be dealing with strategic planning, goals, and pretty much budgets and capital budgets, pretty much all of February and almost all of March.
And then in terms of, just one other agenda item, it's your choice, anything on the master plan that you think could get all of our support. There's a lot of good stuff on there. Give me anything from the master plan, anything you want.
You can do that. You guys decide
No,
what you
no,
wanna do.
I'm-
No, I'm not doing that. You guys are deciding what's on the master plan. No. No, you get to choose and agree what priorities are the master plan.
All right, well, I guess next time I'll come up with one thing from there. so.
Just one thing.
I think that's part of your, but I think, Council Morangel, I think that's part of your goals,
Yeah.
and you guys have to look through, do you want to do a handful of those projects? What do you want to do? Because there's a lot in there.
Okay.
Okay. I have a future agenda item, but I'm not really sure exactly how to ask it. I want to bring next week, on our next council meeting, I would like to have something put on the agenda that has to deal with the 444, not the project itself or the vote that was cast by the ZBA, but for some of the information that was portrayed during the process. And because I feel, based on going back through meetings and minutes, there was some lying happening. And I want to get some information, and I want to get to the bottom of it. Now, I don't know if that has to be done because it was all done during public meetings. it's public knowledge, so I don't know if it can be a public open meeting or if it needs to be an executive session.
So I feel like you're alleging that maybe I'm lying.
No,
because I've seen.
it has nothing
All
to
right,
do
good,
with you,
because
Jamie.
Some people on Zoom right now have been
Nope,
alleging that I've been
it-
lying, so I don't really find that very good.
No.
And you don't want to get into a discussion where I was very clear and the town attorney was very clear on where this stood the entire time. And
Okay,
I'm sorry to say, we were correct. But I will say, executive session, I don't believe is allowed because the only use would be litigation. Otherwise, you can't go into executive session for the purpose to talk about 444. I do think, Counselor Callaway Tripp, your suggestion about maybe a debrief a little bit, right, on some of the information, and I do think the 40B process is very cumbersome and complicated for residents. It's complicated and cumbersome for even us. So I think it's a great suggestion. I think we could do that at the next meeting if Counselor DeLorco obliges, and we can just talk about where do we go from here, and kind of, like you said, I think this was a learning experience for everybody. And if it's a debrief on how to deal with this and what the right information is, I think that could be there. But I'm very, very thankful, by the way, to all of you for shooting down what I just said and saying it's not about me lying to the public, because I know that.
I know, I'm not gonna say more details, because I know you're gonna speak in a second, Mark. But no, Jamie, my specific it literally didn't have anything to do with you.
I appreciate that. I do.
And if it did, I would have come to you initially, so.
I appreciate that.
But, I do think there was some misrepresentation on a serious level, and I want to get answers. And I'm not the only one that thinks that, which is another reason why I'm trying to get this done in a public way, because I think residents need to know too.
I've offered to Counselor DeLorco, and this may be a better step, if there's a way to do this somewhat offline, because it's very like abstract of what you're asking about. Like, could we find out exactly what the issue, the content is that people
Yes.
are concerned about? Like, I would appreciate an email or a phone call or a meeting.
I would.
With a few of you or a couple of you to find out exactly what you're talking about. Because I think opening up a whole discussion on this is just a lot of time, and it's very abstract exactly what we're talking about. So that would be my suggestion. Maybe if you want to meet, I'm happy to meet with you one-on-one too, or.
Yeah, Jamie, I'll call you tomorrow and I'll try
Yeah.
to set up a meeting.
Sure.
So we can go, and then.
We could just find out like
go in
what
the
the
office.
issues are, and then if we have to have a.
Yeah, I
public-
didn't know how to do this, so it
public
it
discussion about it, happy
probably,
to, but-
you know, it is probably better offline to
Yeah.
get the answers.
Just
So-
because I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I don't wanna say much publicly right now, which I know is part of the problem, because I also don't wanna violate any rules and
Right.
regulations, because I'm a rule person. So, I know, Mark has his hands up, so he's gonna say something.
So you're caught in a bind right now. There's not grounds for executive session for pending or threatened litigation, although there may be at some time in the future. On the other hand, I've got to advise you against having any kind of public discussion along the lines you're saying, because there's potential liability from a variety of sources. So this thing has to just play itself out with you on the sideline, so it's passive for the time being. And that may change as this progresses.
So if we
We'll
meet
meet.
with Jamie,
Yeah.
and we
And
go
you.
through it where I can actually explain everything.
Yeah.
Depending on what happens, would that be something, if it had to go for like, so the council could discuss it, then it
If
could go
this-
to an
If this were
executive?
to get into some kind of litigation, and I'm talking at a very broad level, I'm not just, if this results in any kind of litigation, there could be very exhaustive, what's called pretrial discovery inquiries. We've got litigation going right now, which should have just been a routine land use denial appeal. The attorney representing the developer is being very aggressive. He's going after, he's made an exhaustive public records request. He's not letting it go at that. He's trying to get to town employees to be able to question them, et cetera. So under that kind of a scenario, it doesn't, yeah, if you were meeting as a council member, that's easy. you look at a video or tape or whatever, but even conversations that have occurred with several people offline, you could be called in and questioned about that. So
Okay.
you really have to kind of be very, very cautious for the time being.
Which is why I didn't really say much except for what I said, because
Yeah,
I'm
right.
trying to
That's what
find
we
that
were trying.
balance. Well, then, other than that, I don't really have anything else at the moment. I just hope everyone's having a happy new year.
Thanks.
And nobody loses any more power, because it's just not fun.
Ted?
So we're merging future agenda
Yeah,
and
we're-
council. So I have the floor for 20 minutes. is what you're saying. So, no, I'm just
I
kidding.
get you, I get
I'm
you.
just kidding. I would certainly support a future agenda item to look at what Mr. Minichelli brought up about the ASHE and perhaps, just re-examining, how the town is calculating the index. I think we've been talking about that for a long time now, but I think it's going to take staff and volunteers working together to figure out how that number can be calculated, but I certainly would support that. Along the lines of what Kevin talked about in the facility presentation, I would love to see a future agenda where we actually just talked about what's the 10-year outlook, right? Like, what do we want to do over here? What do we want to do over here? What do we need over here? Like, the conversations are all sort of like high level and up here and dreaming, but I don't know if it's really mapped out. And I know maybe, Jamie, you've got lots of ideas,
No,
right?
no.
But,
February 4th.
Okay.
Is what I'm hoping for. It's a fantastic idea.
Fantastic. And I think a lot of people would be really excited to see, oh, okay, we're thinking a few years out instead of trying to be sort of a knee-jerk reaction to selling a property, and then what do we do with the proceeds? I think that whole discussion will be beneficial.
Okay, great.
I don't know if this is a future agenda item or an email, Jamie, or a phone call, but Rep. Roy and Senator Roush, they are kind of our community liaisons, both to National Grid and Verizon. Something has to be done to support the infrastructure needs of the town with pertaining to our power continuing to go out, even when there's like a dusting, and the fact that we have entire blackout zones in town with Verizon. I know that they sit on those committees. I know that they have influence. I hope that they're hearing it, but maybe they need a letter from us to say, please get in front of the leadership of those companies and tell them that Franklin's tired of constantly being without power for 12 hours, 15 hours, 20 hours, when other communities weren't affected by the storm at all. Right, so, please,
I know.
please,
I hear you.
I realize that I live in a section of town that for some reason or another is always on the bottom of the list, but if it's affecting the senior center, and it's affecting our schools, and it's affecting all of these other things, and it's not just like a one-off weird thing, then the power companies and the telephone companies who have resources should be coming to the aid and saying, you know what, we understand you, we hear you, and we're going to try to fix it. Whether that's in front of all of us or some other way.
Yep.
I wanted to, on a personal level, I wanted to, the story that came out during Kevin's presentation about the janitors and Councilor Griffith talking about it. So it's no secret, I've talked about this before, I have a son with severe special needs, and when he was at Kennedy, the principal and his teachers, whenever things would get a little out of hand, or whenever he got too overwhelmed, they called the janitor. And the janitor came down and took Jaden out, and they would go walk up and down the halls, they'd go do some mopping, unbeknownst to me, because I'm like, I couldn't get the kid to do anything at home, but, but I applaud that really innovative, caring approach and that janitor wasn't afraid to do that with a young student and de-escalate whatever was bothering him and then have him return back to the class. And they shared all this with me later, and I said, geez, that's pretty special.
That's nice.
My last point is, because I already talked an awful lot about how we have to heal and how we have to try to find a way to move on, but I do think it needs to be said that this body needs to create some boundaries with the public, because we are not the whipping boys for everybody to just beat on all the time about everything. We are a group of volunteers who are working hundreds of hours for free. I don't deserve to get text messages at all hours of the day and night demanding things be done. I certainly don't deserve things being sent to my personal email. I certainly don't deserve to be threatened that if something happens because of a decision I made, that somebody could possibly die in some theoretical accident somewhere in town. That is all ridiculous abuse by residents to this group, and it should not be tolerated. You know who you are out there. Don't make me call you out by name, but knock it off. And respect the office. Send me an email to my town email, schedule an appointment. I'm happy. I meet with people all of the time. But morning, noon, and night, getting text messages and getting phone calls and getting threats and getting personal emails, sorry, it's not okay. And we need to be able to say that it's not okay, and that this group needs to have some level of boundaries and respect given to it so that we can do the job that we have to do. Because you know what? We all have jobs, we all have families, we all have kids or aging parents or other issues that we've got to deal with that take our time too. And we love this town and we give this town till we bleed, but we don't deserve that. So with that, I'll yield. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ted. Gene?
All right, I don't have anything that heavy. No future, no future agenda items. I want to start by saying that congratulations, Mark, and my mom's 95, and I hope your mom's not mad at me, but.
I was joking about it. She was watching, but she didn't give me it.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow.
She'll reach out to us.
I just want to say that we disagree on some things, but I
that's
do
fine.
appreciate like what you do and what you bring to the table and your passion and energy, and so I'm really happy that we got you for that. And the second one's a little bit more serious. A lot of people got their tax bills. We saw some reaction to that. The taxes, I think people would expect them to go up 2.5%. They weren't 2.5%, they were much more. We know it was like 6.5 or whatever it was. At some point, we're going to have to also take a look at if the commercial industrial is going down and the residential keeps going up, there's going to be this imbalance where the residents are going to get hit more. And if we're talking future, a lot of people said, oh gosh, well, thank God we didn't do an override now because, it went up, this much anyway.
Right.
So I think we're going to have a serious conversation also about this whole thing with split tax rate. That's at least my opinion, and that's all I'm going to say about it for now. Thank you.
That's it?
That's it.
All right. Just congratulations on all the people that got promoted, and thanks. I need my blood pressure checked, by the way.
Okay,
So-
I'll be there.
Mark, congratulations.
You might wanna bring it here every
Like I
time.
said, we don't, we argue, but I know you're a good man for the job, so I wouldn't be anything. I do agree with you, Ted, about National Grid. I never lose power. I'll be honest with
You come hang out on our side of town.
you. I never do.
All right, well, I'm sending my kids to shower at your house.
Come on.
I'm
just telling
They'll be there
You
for
want my
3
water
hours.
problems too?
But to be honest with you, I know it's what I'm on a different section, I think, than you are, so I know that your section is older, and that's what they keep saying is the problem.
Yeah, I
But it
keep
needs
hearing
to
that,
be,
yeah.
it needs to be done. But Foxborough, my brother-in-law said 83% of Foxborough was out on that last one. So, it was a bad storm, but I agree with you, because my brother's on that side. Every time there's a little windstorm, he's over my house drinking coffee, so.
We lost power for 3 hours this morning.
Yeah, I know. So, but with that, I have no future agenda item except for at some point, we'll get the police station in here to give us a little more of a background. And outside of that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, non-debatable?
Bye.